Hi everyone, PUBG Mobile Metro Royale Chapter 20 is coming soon. Curious about what new content there is? Let's take a look. Our focus for this update is on bettering your gaming experience, so we've added a series of improvements. First, we've added quick action functions. Starting now, you can tap to repair all items at once on the loadout page, and you can open multiple gift packs at once in your inventory. We've also improved the firearm status at the start of the match. During the preparation stage, firearms will be reloaded by default and will be set to full auto firing mode. These improvements all aim to save your time while improving efficiency. Additionally, you can now earn EXP from Metro Royale matches. In other words, playing Metro Royale will now contribute towards raising your player level. If you bring a companion into Metro Royale, they will also earn companion EXP. Chapter 20 also brings brand new honor rewards and collectibles. What's different this time is that after you get certain gold collectibles, they can be displayed in your personal space of the main lobby. You also have the chance to unlock home collectible decorations. Place them in your home to show them off to your friends. With the new version update come enemies who've already infiltrated Metro Royale's Arctic base and Misty Port. While you're out exploring, stay vigilant in these areas, as Striders are active there. Oh, and we've also added two new firearms in this update, the P90 Cobra and P90 Steel Front. Don't forget to try them out. That sums up all the new Metro Royale content. Chapter 20 is about to begin. Hop into PUBG Mobile Metro Royale and experience it for yourself. We wish you all successful evacuations and bountiful loot.
Week 3 of the PMSL EMEA starts now. That's right, we got the first day of the next 5 laid out in front of us like a sprawling red carpet of delights that is sure to please us in many, many ways. We've had a lot of action so far. Teams have been giving it their all to take home those bonus points, to have their shot at getting in towards the finals. And they'll have that chance again this week. Hopefully, some teams will be able to bring things up. Some teams keep it consistent, Blank.
Yeah, I think, well, there's not many consistent teams here in the whole PMSL.
Just the one team, actually.
Just the one team, actually, yeah. It's old Team Spirit, who did fantastically well last week, honestly. And again, just came to a nice slow finish at the end of this one. You can check out all our socials down below if you want to keep up to date with us here at the PMSL EMEA. They're coming soon. There they are. They were just on the way, you know. First class delivery in the post, or at least the virtual post. But yeah, here they are. pubgmobile.europe official over at Instagram, PUBG Mobile Europe at YouTube, and PUBG Mobile EU official over at TikTok. I definitely memorized all of those in preparation for the show here. But yeah, I'm very, very excited. You can keep up to date with us there, because you definitely want to, because we're almost at the finals. Just one more week left of league play.
Absolutely. It is going to be all to play for this week. Is the last chance for teams to get those points to qualify for the top of the tables, to try and get into those finals, because that's where the money is to be made over the course of this tournament. The majority of it does sit in those finals prize pools. I'm sure we'll be taking a look at that in a moment, though.
Let's take a quick look at all of our craziest plays from last week really quickly, John. And we can take a little guess at which one we thought was our favourite.
Number 5. Not sure what it is. What's it going to be? Yusuf with the the long-range nades, the bouncer off the wall, the odd geometry of those rocks helping him out. Look at that.
Yeah, this was a really fun one. So I actually really enjoyed this. To be fair, it's an extremely long nade he had to throw, and it looked like he placed it pretty nicely. Coming in at number 4. It hit. Okay, the reverse meat grinder. Remember this one?
Oh, yeah. This is really quite something from Power. Not quite so good from Heroic. They absolutely mashed them up, something awful. God, this feels like top of the pops, because at number 3.
Here, you can see it is. Oh, is this wild where he basically...
Yes.
Yeah, it's the solo wild play. Unfortunately, we don't get to watch the entirety of the Miramar that we saw up until this point. But he basically... I think this is the 1v3. This is the 1v3. It must be.
Yeah, this is where he swept out on this south side and gave himself quite a lot of points added onto his tally there. A really strong way to take out the Moneymakers, who were pretty terrifying in that match. Number 2.
Very nice. I like it. You've got BEŞİKTAŞ on our screens up against FLUX, and it is Tospic here. This is as they were attempting to get around the rock face here, but were fairly quickly dispatched. I believe this is the game where Team Spirit were able to take themselves to chicken dinner eventually, but some nice plays there from Tospic. And at number 1...
What have we got? What have we got for us today? It is, of course, Dammy in the 1v3 against 3D Max, where they threw it all away. Oh dear, they could have broken this tiebreaker with this. The 148 miracle magical block there, but Dammy was just too slick with it. You see the weapon swaps looking hot. He was able to do a lot of work. That was really disappointing for 3D Max, but it was an excellent play for Twisted Minds, and Dammy should definitely be proud of that one.
Yeah, the funny thing is about that game is that actually, if 3D Max had got that chicken dinner, I think they'd be in 5th place now. 4th place, 5th place. I think it's 5th place that they would have reached. They would have been above FLUX in the tables, but unfortunately, they're much lower down. They're much lower down, which is very, very sad to see. So you can now understand, folks at home, that one small slip up can be the difference between a 9th and a 5th place, or potentially a 4th and a 1st place. These things do rack up, and in the finals, it will not be as forgiving. I will tell you that. However, it really does remain to be seen whether the Twisted Minds will be there in the finals with us to cause those kind of problems.
That is true, because they have not really been the best over the course of the tournament. They finished at 11th last week, right? So, you know, there is some improvement being shown there. And we have liked some of the players that we've seen from them. And on the overalls right now, they are in 16th place. I'm sure we'll take a look at all of that in a moment. So they are still, if we cut it off now, Twisted Minds would be in by a sliver, by about 5 points over FUT KAOS Esports right now. So we'll have to have a good shot at it. Brute Force, they definitely had a stronger week 2 than week 1. They ramped up effectively into the week, coming in second with 193 over the course of that week 2. But their first week, not quite as consistent. They have had some stellar performances, though, as of late.
Yeah, the week 1 wasn't horrible, right? I think that, honestly, they did a lot better than we expected Brute Force to do. But the ramp was certainly there, John. You know, week 2 rolled around, it looked pretty bad from that day 1, but they had some of the craziest comebacks over 2 days, some insane points accrued. I think they were up to something like, what was it, 4 chicken dinners, 5 chicken dinners? I'm sure we'll find out, but that was an incredible result, considering they got the majority of those chicken dinners over the course of 2 days. Here's the Moneymakers. Didn't have as fantastic of a showing as they did on our initial week, John. Again, some of those problems starting to show on that team, which case, if they slow it down at all, they're sort of like the hummingbird of PMSL EMEA, right? You know, if those wings start to slow down, the heartbeat stops, and they are going out in place. It is unfortunately bad.
I would have gone for a shark. You know, they've got to keep swimming to stay alive. You know, maybe that would have been better. But I like hummingbirds too. I feel like that's a very niche bit of knowledge. That I didn't realize that was true. But either way, we're going to be taking a look at. I don't know. Have you just made this up? Have you just told fibs? I'm not sure. We'll have to wait and see. But yeah, certainly I'd agree. I mean, the Moneymakers, their signature style was that well-timed third party, and we just didn't really see that from them as much in week 2. Coming in from week 1. But here are the overall rankings. These are week 2 overall rankings, which Team Spirit obviously topped out the tables on 201 with a little bit of a slow final day, but they got there nonetheless. 4 chicken dinners was the number we were looking for there. Team Spirit, Brute Force, and DA all up on those 4 chicken dinners.
Yeah, a really, really nice thing to see here. This is just our overalls from week 2. Although the 24 matches that were played, everyone on our first page has a chicken dinner, which is very, very nice. And again, this is very nice and split up between all these squads. We had the mythical 148 gang. Oh, yes, so it wasn't even a 6th or 7th place for 3D Max. They really did drop down to the very bottom of the barrel on that 148 cage match that came through.
If they'd have added those points in, they would have got an extra elimination point, which would have added 1, and they would have got the chicken dinner difference, which would have been 4. So they'd have got 5 extra points and actually been up in 5th place.
Yeah, it's crazy. It is crazy that happened, and it had such a bad impact on the rest of their week. I believe, from what I was looking at, I think we've been told before that the way the tiebreaker is done, if you've got the exact same points and placements, is that it's off how long you survived in your last game. But I was told by a secret helper that it goes off your game that you scored the highest amount of points on. So if you say one team on their best game was 26 points and second best team was 25 points, they'll be lower on that tiebreaker. I need to confirm that.
Yeah,
but it sounds
I feel like
right.
It might do, but I feel like I heard from a different. I don't know. I guess we've heard different things, and we will need further clarification on this. But yeah, Gladiators and Moneymakers had their own tiebreaker to decide as well. And I believe the Moneymakers finished 4th in their last match, and the Gladiators finished the day before, but in 5th in their last match. Which meant. Wait, hang on a minute. Is it that way around? Honestly, we should stop talking about this because we definitely need some clarification. Let's take a look at the overall rankings. Let's look at the overall squared rankings here between both weeks. Now, these are the rankings that matter when it comes to qualifying for the finals, right? These are the points that will get you to those finals. It's the top 16 teams that you need to be in. And you can see there, Team Spirit, consistent amongst both weeks. They are at the top. 7 chicken dinners. A little bit lower than Moneymakers 8, but they've got 70 more points, so I felt like you'd take that trade any day.
Yeah, and I think the funny thing about the Moneymakers and their chicken dinners, right? The wins that Moneymakers have gotten over their 48 matches, the 8 wins that they've got make up the majority shares. Like that's 80 points out of their 130 points total in placement points. So it really does feel like Moneymakers basically wins the game or they don't. They do very badly, right? It's a first or a 16th place for the Moneymakers. There doesn't feel to be too much in between going on for this team. I think that comes off the back that they're very good at capitalizing on spaces of the map that are a little bit more open, John, yet still not able to quite get those middling games going. Over on our second page here, Power Esports in 9th place with 291 points. I think they should be very proud of themselves. I'm not sure there was a huge amount of teams coming into this tournament that looked at Power Esports and was like, this is the God Squad. I think there was a lot of people who were like, Al-Hadji's on that team, and he did phenomenally well for them. So, you know, even so, it has been Fadan, Easy, Kante, really have stepped up a lot on that team. Even Sard, I think, from last week. FLUX 10th place, it's not ideal for them. And Regnum Kalyabra, who will undoubtedly have a good day today. It's the first day innings, right? They do great on the first day, that's it.
That is true. That's actually in their contract. They've got to do first on the great. They've got to do great on the first day rather, and then after that, they can just kick their heels up, have a good time. Hopefully, they will try and change their tune this time around. I feel like there are some surprise entries on the bottom side of these tables. I think, like you've highlighted, the Gladiators RCB, and I think it's a FLUX. I think 3D Max as well is a little bit of a surprise on the second page. For me, anyway, I put them in my top 3. Shout out to my French homies, Max Man especially in the chat. I know he's out there. I know he's out there. He can hear me. Big up to them, but not quite big up to their scoreline.
No, I mean, to be honest with you, I think that considering 3D Max went from PMPL EU last year and doing fairly decently in that when they were under SBG, I do think that was an easier lobby though, right? Let's be honest. I think this is quite a tough lobby to be playing in, and the fact they're in the second page, I'm actually okay with that. I'm alright with that. I don't think they're too far behind the teams towards the top side of the table as well, with the big point sponge that is Team Spirit. But let's take a quick look at our daily schedule today. I assure you nothing's changed, and if it has, shame on me. But I don't think it has, so it is Sandhawk, Triple Wrangle into Double Miramar. So no shame for me. No shame circle.
Shameless blank is what I shall call you from the next 20 minutes, maybe.
Thank you.
Here are our groups.
Are they correct?
Of course, the first group, the first group to sit out, of course, as is very reasonable when you have groups A through E, is Group B. They're the first group to sit out. So we'll be seeing Group A, C, D, and E. Group B consists of 3D Max, Brute Force, Moneymakers, and Team Falcons. And I think we've talked a lot about 3 of those teams, right, already. 3D Max, Brute Force, and the Moneymakers. We've definitely covered quite a lot so far in this pre-show, but we won't be seeing them today. Team Falcons as well, not going to be having them in, but Team Spirit will kick us off in Group A as well, so they're going to be the mark to be set. A team that we haven't really talked about a lot from last week was DA. They certainly started last week really quite strong. They were very, very consistent, and their signature style was playing consistently, keeping people away.
Far away.
Just keeping a zone of control that sort of exuded from them, certainly in those earlier days. And it felt like they kind of lost that a little bit towards the end of the week. Maybe people were sort of reading into that strategy a bit more and were more willing to go for a crash on their positions. But in general, it waned slightly, but they still ended up in 3rd place on the week.
Yeah, famously introverted are DA, apparently. They don't like to be anywhere near anyone else. But yeah, if you would like to take an impact over on the old PMSL EMEA, please fill in our survey. I'm begging you. I'm quite literally begging you right now. Please fill in this survey. If the survey doesn't get filled in, I don't get thumbs up on my review at the end of this, in which case I am denied a pack of Monster. All right, so I am quite literally begging for a pack of Monster right now, and that requires you to throw out the survey my way, please.
Well, let us know what you think about these funny moments that we've got coming up for you right now. certainly plenty of amusement to be had here at the PMSL EMEA. And sometimes even the pros get it wrong, right? Sometimes they even whiff it. And we saw, I think the most interesting thing we saw there at the end, towards the end rather, was the buggy, right? And that has kind of been a staple now of going for these late game smoke plays, right? Where you load up into the buggy, you try and roll around. If you can get someone knocked, great, you can draw shots out. But I feel like it's really added to the general playbook of a lot of teams, and teams are starting to be able to counter it as well.
Yeah, absolutely. One thing you can't counter, though, is the INFINIX GT20 Pro, our official smartphone of the PMSL EMEA, will be coming through with an uppercut right to your face with value and comfortability, which is not a word, but it is fun to use. And it's got lights on the back, so you want
Look at that.
You want it.
Definitely. That's what I've heard.
Trying to do like subliminal messaging.
No, I feel like that's definitely just liminal messaging. Just
I'll
saying
just do it
it
during the game. I'll be like, GT20 Pro, so and then getting right back into the match.
Yeah, well, maybe if you subliminally allow people to unleash the beast, they'll be heading over to monsterenergy.com/gaming to find out everything about Monster Energy and how they too can unleash the beast, just like our players here at the PMSL EMEA. You can see they're racking them up, they're getting ready for the day.
If you see like a monster can just flash up on your screen really quickly, don't even worry about it. Nothing was there. You're seeing things.
It's staring at me again. What?
Who is?
He keeps staring at me.
I can't believe you called him an it, though. That's the worst
I
part
didn't mean to, but it came out, and I was like, I'm just going to have to roll with it. I was just like, to be fair, I don't know. With a stare like that, you never know. But no, he's staring me down from S2G. Maybe try and stare down at those INFINIX GT20 Pros, because S2G have not got to the top of the tables yet. A lot of fans will be supporting them, but their second week not as strong as their first week, and they hopefully will be able to psych everybody else out to improve on today. Whoa, they're going Paradise Resort. They know already.
Pointing at it, I like it.
Where are we going? Here.
That's the one. Right there, boys. Check it out. Yeah, we know. We drop there every time. Yeah, we're heading into our third week. I was say first. I was like, where am I? But our third week, PMSL EMEA, all the action brought to you here by me, John, and my co-caster Black. What? That's not correct, by the way.
Wait, what? Hang on a minute. Does that mean I need to get tattoos?
It does, yeah, actually. I need to get laser, apparently. Which I think is probably worse. There's a lot more sessions for that.
Oh, for the tattoos. I thought you meant for the facial hair. Right, yeah.
Oh, no. I don't need that. That's fine. I've got a razor for that one. It's the GT Razor Pro.
GT. Yeah, do INFINIX do razors? I don't know.
Razor here at PMSL.
Their new male grooming brand. Goodness me.
Should get in on that. But yeah, heading into our first Sandhawk of the week with S2G over in Paris Resort and no 3D Max.
They're not playing.
Happy days for them.
Yeah, they not playing. Obviously, the Group B sitting out means that they are not here. A little bit close by over on that Southwest Island, though. DA and Na'Vi both dropping around ruins. So that could potentially be troublesome. Obviously, NIGMA Galaxy not happy about this circle because they like circles to be far away from them on Sandhawk. Not this time, though.
What I do like, though, is they dropped up towards Nakam, which is sort of interesting, actually, for NIGMA Galaxy. This forces DA into unfavorable territory because they know that Virtus Pro drop heavy over towards the eastern side in Bantai. NIGMA Galaxy usually head very far down towards that south side in Sami. So they really open up a lot of this area towards the center side of the South Island. This time around, though, NIGMA Galaxy forcing DA up in towards an engagement with Na'Vi. Love it. Love it a lot. Well done, guys.
Yeah, they're putting pressure on, but oh no, Blank, they've moved away. They're actually moving back down to Sami. So
that's fine. I mean, they've already done the job, right? Which was
true.
They enclosed around them and they forced them off Nakam, and now DA's in a pretty awkward spot, which is much better because before DA was always like waiting in the wings for NIGMA Galaxy, right? Which was rough.
They're throwing Na'Vi to the wolves on this one.
Yeah.
So they'll have to try and navigate this. It looks like DA are kind of in a worse spot. I think Na'Vi have managed to get a little bit more loot on board early. Although if Axa steps up to this rock, he's going down. There's no two ways about it. Look how split he is. There's an SK-12 for Nico. Yeah, there's no way that Axa doesn't go down here. I have to eat my words. He drops down the headland there behind the rock cover. I feel like it was a bit of a premature shotgun shot there from the player behind the rock from Nico. It gives the position away. Going to have to reposition out. Because Na'Vi are going to nade themselves, apparently. That one goes on to target, though, and Nico is already away. There's a vehicle moving in to establish some high ground, but they potentially have drawn the fight out for themselves here, because Na'Vi have regrouped.
Yeah, I think this is sort of the big thing when you play from these areas around the map on Ruins, is that you want to be able to have that high ground advantage versus the team that's playing in Ruins and get the drop on them, which is the golden ticket, essentially, in this engagement. Now that Na'Vi's regrouped, sort of have a good idea of where you are. You no longer have that crossfire going on for you. Though knowing Na'Vi, I'm not expecting them to put up a too amazing fight here versus DA.
I mean, they are a little bit corralled in, and I mean, DA very controlling in this scenario. Like you said, they've taken up that high ground. They've got a lot of angles on this fight. Na'Vi responded very quickly to what was just a solo player as a threat. Although DA are split too, and look at Coldex taking a lot of damage. Yekta as well taking damage, and Na'Vi, they stay together and they fight outwards. They have their back on the wall, but they're still swinging punches, and they are landing right now over towards DA. Axa getting that first point, and NIGMA Galaxy all the while gaining value from this, right?
Yeah, honestly, it's great crunch from them at the start. Forces DA over here. I respect DA's like alternative plan, which is, okay, we're going to camp on the side, create crossfires over towards Na'Vi. It's not worked out, though. And now NIGMA Galaxy should have a clean approach towards this circle. They've even sent Coops up towards that north side, which I appreciate. I don't think they should be sending Ralph as their front man. I think Coops is much more born to do that role. Nice nade, though, over towards Gonzo. And then again, only Scarface remaining now. So Na'Vi should be able to get back up to a full 4. In the meantime, Gladiators have crossed back down from the Northwest Island. They're coming through from Camp Alpha. They're trying to take Confluence Compound as well as around outside Ruins. I imagine that's because they've heard this engagement going on. This could be 3 points for them, John.
I mean, it should be 3 points for them as well. They can crash into the north positions and take control here. You can see Axa close by to Gonzo. They need to get this res now and hope that 6 doesn't go down to Gladiators. Gladiators actually diverting out to the west side of this fight, so maybe just looking to slip past this one and not third party on this engagement. This is still an early game fight, remember. This is right off the drop, which means that the supplies here, very, very thin on the ground, except for somehow for 6. I guess he was late away from the loot spots because he's got hella ammo in the back pocket there. Spots a reposition from Scarface. Not able to tag the shots on, but Gladiator is still just moving into position to get some advantage here.
Yeah, I think that, dropping inside Ruins, you do get yourself a lot of loot, which is what comes back to bite DA, because you drop on the outside, you're not getting a lot for yourself. There's a couple of trash compounds you can play in, but you got to be immediately and quickly back over towards the Ruins compound to take advantage of those crossfires. But yeah, it means you're going in with a lot less materials, right, John, which is always the difficulty. Gladiators have spotted up towards Na'Vi, though they got themselves into a fairly defensible position. Weren't able to loot too much in this game before things started to kick off a little bit more. Popping the wheels on the tires, which makes their preceding rotations a little bit more difficult. Let's take a quick look towards that north side, though, John, because you got Team Spirit, who haven't really moved too far out of their compound in boot camp, but have challenged off for that south side. I think they're being much more wary. There's a lot of times where they've been taken out by a player over towards Confluence, and I think it has been the new trend that they play a lot more as a unit now, and those splits don't come into play half as often as they used to. I think you split up a lot more often in lobbies that are a bit more easier to handle, because if you can get those splits and get a lot of knocks going, you control so much space, and if they're easy knocks, then go for it. But I think Team Spirit is starting to realize that PMSL EMEA is filled with some really strong teams.
This circle sort of decides which side of the river we're going to. Obviously not fully confirmed. There's still some of that south slice in, but for the majority, I'd imagine everybody's looking to get across this river. So the river crossing positions right now going to be very important. The crossing over towards boot camp, that compound, that confluence compound, position as well. That crossing, very valuable. And RCB over at Painan, who have actually moved out to the hills now, to the north and the northeast, to try and actually potentially take a little scrap or a joust potentially towards Team Spirit, or take a compound there. Heroic, not much has changed from last week's performance at the start of this one, unfortunately. They sail straight into the middle of FLUX and lose 2 of their players. Volt trying to answer, but what more can you do?
Yeah, it's tough, right? I mean, I think you have to make a pretty immediate decision on how you want to play out this, because a lot of teams down towards that southeast really squeezed in around Quarry. Yeah, you've got the hydraulic press that's going on around there with FLUX and BEŞİKTAŞ. But IWNRX have a strong spot over towards that central compound. I think a lot of teams would love to be in that position right now. I think if you're Team Spirit, you can sort of play up towards this northwest side. There is some good compounds there, but it's likely that you're going to face up against the teams that are coming through on that western side. Luckily, though, Team Spirit, a lot of those fights have already concluded, right? I mean, Gladiators got through here fairly comfortably. Power decided to rotate on that north side. So realistically for them, with DA out and Na'Vi heading into Painan, taking up residence after RCB left, it's only Gladiators that they have to start thinking about. And Kitsune has all the reads onto the majority of the Gladiators plays. So this is fairly useful for Team Spirit here.
Yeah, having that northern side, not really having too many teams to worry about, will be great news for them. But there are a lot of teams now looking to crunch in. We're still at 16 teams alive. NIGMA Galaxy taking shots over towards Virtus.pro. So NIGMA Galaxy can now fall back to the style that they like to play out towards the edge and come through late. However, Virtus.pro holding that bridge are going to be very aware of this position now, because Corker's just gone down to it and they'll be wary. So the question for me there is, do Virtus.pro stick and try and guard out NIGMA Galaxy, or do they try and move further in and take a fight of their own, potentially to be third parties? I think for my money, you hold at the back and wait to move up, but we'll have to wait and see what they opted to go for. RCB moving into the hills that FLUX were sat on. And they are, at the moment, going to take a knock in a second as well to FLUX. So RCB having a lot of good impact here.
Sorkay nades himself out. In the meantime, NIGMA Galaxy goes down to 1 player. They got the knock onto one of the guys through from Virtus.pro, but decided to just crash across that bridge, John, which I'm not too sure about on that play. They lose 3 players in the process. Again, Painan was open. I enjoyed the start of the game for NIGMA Galaxy, but same mistakes keep being made. I mean, the fact that Na'Vi is the one to be in Painan just seems so freakishly odd to me.
I feel like Painan in general is, well, now it's just gone up hugely in value, right? But I was going to say was a little bit lower value because it was right towards the edge and you're going to have to leave it, which is quite difficult moving out to the hills towards the east. But now Na'Vi can hunker down, right? With this circle, I'm sure a lot of other teams are going to be looking to do the same. RCB shots over towards FLUX, and RCB's position similarly, very, very powerful now into this next circle. High ground control, teams will be looking to take it away from them.
Yeah, you have the hilltop, right? You can move up towards that north side on the hilltop, but yeah, I think Painan's an incredibly useful position to have, just because if the circle does shift back down towards that south side, it gives you an incredibly safe spot to be playing in. It was on the edge, but not hugely, and I think it just gives you options to go through. I personally don't think that. I don't know if you'll agree with me, John, but I don't think the value from crashing across a really narrow bridge with great angles to take shots at from for Virtus.pro is as smart as just taking Painan early when they could have easily done that. In the meantime, though, Na'Vi coming against Heroic, who've lost 2 players already.
Na'Vi looking to flush them out, and actually Na'Vi condensing themselves into one corner as well. In the meantime, and Volt will take the knock over towards a Na'Vi player there. Doesn't manage to get the flush, and now it's just Hassan for Heroic to try and stay alive. Na'Vi, they've been through the walls already. They've taken 3 points from the lobby. Can they get 2 more to add on to the tally? Hassan's still there. Pressure being put on now by Na'Vi, and they don't take another knock either. Axa should get rezzed here, but nobody's moved into Painan in the meantime. Na'Vi still have the run of the place. Twisted Minds trying to move across, and Virtus.pro challenging towards the south side. Virtus.pro actually moving to the south side of the river. They crossed where they were holding as well, and they're trying to move up on that west coast.
Virtus Pro here, over on that southeast. They do need to start getting a move on. We're taking shots over the Twisted Minds, who are attempting to make their way through. Is this nade? I think he dropped it accidentally out of the vehicle. That makes sense. What a nightmare that is.
I thought that was an RCB nade. I missed that
entirely. I'm not even sure how that happened. Yeah, I think I called it when it happened, but yeah, if I was you, I would have also thought it was RCB unless I saw it in the Elim feed. Bit of a weird one because he had the nade out in his hand already, right? So must have just accidentally clicked it. You know what? His exit vehicle button must be very close to the fire button. Yeah, so sad to see. In the meantime, we are getting into our stage 4 soon. Usually this is stage 4 is kind of a critical circle for Danhawk, right, where things really do get very tight. You start to have a very clear idea of where the circle is ending. That's awkward over towards the eastern side. But for RCB, it's great news. This will be a beautiful match for them playing up on this high ground. The difficulty comes in the fact that there is still alive.
I mean, yeah, exactly. Like you said, it should be a good game for them, but everybody's going to try and take it from them. And even if you have a 90% win rate on that fight, 10% of the time, you take the L on it, right? And with, like you said, with 13 other teams, you're taking 13 of those fights potentially. Nades between NIGMA Galaxy and Gladiators going the way. Oh, sorry, Twisted Minds as well, chiming on in. I think Lufa did just go down there. As Gladiators able to wipe Twisted Minds away at the cost of one of their players. They are going to lose that one. On the north side, on the junction compound here, next Ruya, scrapping it out with power. Kante around the corner, hiding on in. The SK-12, though, with that massive silencer. Might not be too loud, but it's certainly going to be painful for Power to lose Kante like that, and easy to boot.
Easy just can't quite get in. IWNRX have a pretty tough fight up against Power, but they'll get all 4 players back up again. Team Spirit playing on the outer edges here. Might have heard this engagement. Potentially want to take some shots over here. I think this is an isolated spot of the map as well for Team Spirit. So they could certainly think about heading in here. Opt against it. Happy to wait over towards this northwest compound. It's fair play. For RCB, I'm slightly concerned not only with the fact that, like you say, you lose that fight 10% of the time, but also the fact that they've been very much known to not be very good at holds in general. I wasn't just going to finish it there. That would have been very rude.
Yeah, the punctuation mark didn't happen yet. Okay.
Yeah, their holds aren't great. Their holds aren't great. And this is a place where you need to be on the ball all the time. It's very similar to Lumberyard over in our ankle, where most of your game is spent with your ear flat against the ground, listening out for footsteps and or vehicles coming your way. Because you need to know exactly which side of the hill you're moving to and where you're defending from. I think S2G actually has one of the stronger positions in the circle right now.
I was just going to bring up S2G because they are sat sort of in the shadow of RCB at the moment, right? But they're in those buildings and nobody's really on the eastern side. Certainly not as much. Unfortunately, they're going to have to leave. This is, I would say, maybe not great news, but certainly good news for Team Spirit on this circle shift. Same for Next Ruya, who keep a lot of their buildings in on that northeast side.
Yeah, it's a double-edged sword, I'd say. One side of the sword is the fact that you're able to stick around on the edge of your compound for much longer. You can get some pickoffs. But it also, the other side of the blade is the fact that some teams will take this as a sign that they have to stay in the compound. And a lot of times the game will slip away from you on that fact, which is why I actually really like the fact that immediately, once again, like we saw on a Wrangle with Team Spirit, they sent a couple of players out.
Ooh.
Is he?
No. Oh, that's so... Oh, my goodness me. It's the Onyx Ravens. The Gladiators spotted Gonzo on the inside with a jump peek through the window there. On the third person perspective, they tried to push in, but then the Onyx Ravens rocked up, took him down, and he just took the point and scarpered. That is so mean. That's cruel. And the Onyx Ravens are here to crunch this fight in. All of these teams going to have to lead Painan as well and try and move through that RCB stronghold. Gonzo still going for more, but here's Meku to get the challenge. We'll get that refrag going. Might be able to res Matic in the meantime, but the blue zone's encroaching.
Yeah, you need to res Matic up here.
No, I don't think you can.
There is a big old fight happening down towards that southeast side. Yeah, you're right, John. The blue's just too much. And Axo will to pick up the elimination. 8 elims now for Na'Vi. Crazy good game for them. Gonzo had no idea what was going on. And he should have gone down there if it wasn't for the fact that the knock came through. Good nades from Team Spirit will eliminate Onyx Ravens. Yeah, overall, I think Team Spirit's been playing this game fairly smartly. IWNRX, very similarly skilled team. They also send Zed Wolf out front side. Their best fragger, their most skilled player when it comes to gun skill. That's always the guy you want to have up front.
This is the phase where RCB need to get value from their position, right? Because they've taken a knock. I think they took a flush there as well. And they're only up to, I believe, 4 elims, starting to put more on the board now. But they have had this really strong position for quite a while now. And they haven't managed to get as much done as other teams have right now. Obviously, Na'Vi with a hot drop over towards DA, getting a couple of points there. In Painan, they were able to get the Gladiators down as well. So a lot of points added to their tally. Na'Vi now taking on Team Spirit and looking to put more up on the board. Naomi and Kitsune, last 2 to stand in this situation. Na'Vi have 2 players active of their own. Reses available for Team Spirit, and it looks like they are going to get at least one of them back up already. Naomi cooking the nade. Doesn't know he's behind the tree, though, so we'll have to reposition on this one. Holding face well, though. And Na'Vi on the western side.
Axa here, just waiting alongside. Naomi has a big old jump down the hill. We'll spot out a couple of players, which is very important. And this is an isolated fight as well, John. I mean, a lot of other squads. Kitsune primes the nade. Axa hasn't shown just yet. And he's right up front here.
Could be very impactful. If Puncher goes down, though, he's really isolated. He needs to be the second blow on this fight for Na'Vi. He needs to wait for Team Spirit to try and develop the position. They don't think he's there. I think they assume it's been cleared at this point. This is the only thing that makes sense for the way Team Spirit are playing on this. But I think as soon as you move up the hill for Team Spirit, you spot it. However, can you? I don't think so, because IWNRX are going to start to crest that ridge.
I think you just need it for safety purposes, right? At this point in time. But Team Spirit is so confident that they're playing down that side. Zed Wolf does get taken down by a stray bullet behind the tree. Nice shot there from CEO later. Important one too. We'll flush him out. I think S2G's now in a pretty tough position. That's a great nade coming through from Kind.
It's going to be really tough for S2G to pull this one back together against IWNRX, even though they were able to get the point.
What?
Where did that come from? Swain, Frozen, just everybody rolling in with the vehicles, pushing them down the hill, and they tumble there to their demise. Puncher now in the scrap still with Team Spirit. We didn't see how it started, but it's going to finish with effect with that DBS shot ringing out. They have a long side on the a short side on the circle, which means they have a long time to get these reses, and everybody else is on the far side. It's waned down to 3 teams really quickly now, Blank.
Yeah, it has. And again, it always was going to at some point where you crunch these teams onto the edges of the hillside. RCB's not done a terrible job here to maintain position. I think they always understood that what they wanted to do here was at least get a top 3. But you are right. Not a huge amount of influence, but 6 eliminations is still great news for them. In the meantime, Team Spirit is extremely fortunate that none of those knocks get flushed out. So they're back up to 4 players here. They start to crest upwards. They need to get far in towards the center of the circle here, but I think they're worried about teams wrapping down on their south side. But they do get the circle.
Losing some shots, making their presence known. Kitsune in effect playing out on that left side of the line as we look at it. RCB up the top of the hill. This is what they're worried about, right? These ridge lines are really quite odd to play around. There's a big slope that goes away and can hide plenty of players. Snakes in the grass. There's an answer, but already 2 players now extracted from Team Spirit. Make that a 3rd as well. And affects the last to Sam, but he's lighting RCB up. Gets a 2nd knock as well, and it's just Loxy to move into the position. Effect with the challenge, has the DBS, plays for it close, steps out, misses the 1st. 2nd goes wide as well, but the 3rd right on the money. Frozen moves in in for IWNRX, and another disastrous strike could be dealt here, and it is gonna be RCB eliminated and taking Team Spirit with them. IWNRX move over the hillside, and it was just too much for Effect to handle. He got the 1v3, sure, but the next team just wasn't gonna be enough. 10 eliminations, and IWNRX racking up a lot of points for their first match.
Yeah, I think that it sort of makes sense from the way Effect was playing towards the end game there, was that they assumed that because RCB had been in that location for so long, they'd have a stronger foothold in that spot of the map. Unfortunately didn't, and actually IWNRX was just strong-arming RCB that entire time. So when Effect places himself against that rock, he assumes that they'd be wrapping on the western side of the circle round to backstab them. But yeah, that's not the case. RCB was put under so much pressure by IWNRX early that eventually they just rolled over that top side. So I think it's a great game from IWNRX. Silas again, 736 damage. It's tough not to say this guy is carrying the team at the moment for RCB. Every time they have a good game, he is 100% up there in terms of damage. But this is the first time in a long time that we've seen IWNRX have a comfortable victory over on one of their games.
Yeah, that was... I mean, it was helped out by the fact that Team Spirit took the fight with RCB first, and they could third party onto that. But still, yeah, very, very strong to be able to get 11 limbs. A lot of higher limb counts here, actually, on the top of the front page. With Team Spirit, obviously, getting a lot of value there, finishing in second place. But RCB 9, they were able to rack up a decent count there. And Na'Vi as well, with their early engagements, with their Pinearn control, with their scraps, was looking good from them.
Yeah, it's a sort of an odd rap coming through from RCB, right? Because it's a tough decision for them to have to make. I think because they hear the fighting going on between Team Spirit and Gladiators that late into the match, they want to hold out for them, and they hope that IWNRX is going to wrap to the other side of the match so they can conclude their 1v1 in the end game. But Team Spirit kind of pops out a little bit quicker. It could have easily been an RCB finish to that fight if it wasn't for Effect doing some great work. I do think RCB makes the right decision in that situation to get rid of Team Spirit before concluding with IWNRX. But because Team Spirit is such a good team, even playing from underneath on that slope, they still win the fight out, which understandably means that Team Spirit should definitely lose versus IWNRX. That's a fight where Team Spirit was playing was either they get third place or they get a second place. And they were happy with the second place, I'd say.
Well, they'll take it, certainly. They got a decent chunk of points, keeping their consistency up. You can see majority of damage done from RCB, and that speaks to the high ground position that they held so long in the middle of the circle, right? Because they were pretty much the only team there until those final moments. So great to get that damage done. Maybe could have got a few more limbs, but if you're just knocking people, if you're just taking people's armor away, taking their meds away, then it's still valuable to be able to hold that. And they obviously did manage to get up to third place with those 9 limbs as well, so a decent chunk. I think a team that we spoke about early on in the match that we're again disappointed by is NIGMA Galaxy's continued lack of performance on Sandhawk. They just haven't figured it out yet, and it seems like some maybe fairly basic mistakes.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think all players watch the broadcast either, so sometimes I'm frustrated when I say something and I'm like, well, they're not listening to me. Of course they're not. They're pro players. And I'm just a humble commentator. But yeah, I'll see what happens. Maybe they know something I don't. Who knows? In the meantime, let's head to a quick break. I'll take a think about it in the meantime.
اتوقع ان شاء الله الريجن راح يبدع BMSL EMEA.
بكل صراحه الريجن اللي اشوفه شوي خطر علينا ممكن يبدع هو الريجن التركي.
جينا نطلع من هنا من جتكا. تعالوا هنا. جينا نطلع من جتكا، بيكون تيم عندنا هنا، لازم نروح نصفيهم من هنا. ايزي. اي فخلاص صفيهم تكون هذه الجهه كامله لنا. نلعب جيم حلو. نلعبها مرتاحين يعني فيها. بعدين خلاص متى ما شفت اي مكان نقدر نلعبها، خلاص بيكون ظهرنا فاضي. صح. نقدر نلعب اي مكان. ان شاء الله ايزي مره. ايوه. ميرامار ما في مشاكل صح؟ لا ميرامار ما في مشاكل. بس هناك بنلعب جست فايت. ايزي. وان شاء الله ما نقصر في البطوله. نضيع ان شاء الله البطوله باذن الله. ان شاء الله.
زين من تشوفون افضل فريق ممكن ينافسنا؟
او الاثراك كلهم بشكل عام.
لا بس هم الاوروبيين بعد حتى تيمات العرب
ربينا عليك أنت تدبلهم الحالك.
ها؟
عليك أنت تدبلهم.
نشوف ان شاء الله. زين من اضعف تيم تشوفونه؟
أضاف تيم توستد وباور. إيه هاي شيء كذا. صراحة والله أفشل تيمين.
لا والله انا ما اشوف فيها. انا ما اشوف البطوله.
ليش خايف منهم؟ ما ندبلهم.
لا والله مو هذا ما نشي، بس ممكن اي تيم يا اخي انه يبدع. يعني حتى التيم اللي ممكن تشوفه سهل ممكن تضرب معاه، ممكن تضرب معاه او ياخذ الاول.
واحدة من يسارها أخرى هنا ليحصل ثريا. الله
والله صراحة أنا ودي أفوز بالبي ام اس ال EMEA لأنها النسخة الأولى بالسنة والنسخة الأولى كبطولة مسمى جديد، وأتمنى أفوز عشان ما يضيع من جهودنا بالشهور اللي طافت إن جمعنا بقصر باور وجمع يمكن قعدنا 3 شهور مع بعض تدريب وشغل، وأتمنى ما يضيع لنا مجهود وأبي أفوز بالبطولة.
من وجهة نظري أن الفريق اللي ممكن يتعذر وهو بصراحة يعني هذا الشيء نوعا ما يضايقني، بس يعني هذه الحقيقة اللي قاعد أشوفها أنا، وهو تيم النجمة. يعني عندهم اللاعب رؤوف أكثر مرة أشوفه يتعذر بالسوشيال ميديا يعني بكذا شيء داخل اللعبة، مثلا عن الدبيس ولا عن أي موضوع ثاني، وهذا الشيء يعني يضايقني طبعا، وأتمنى أنه يصلحه وركز على الوينر وفالهم التوفيق.
everything
IWNRX moving in like a pack of wolves to tear apart the other teams beneath them on the hill for a third-party win over on Sandhawk. But we're going to be moving over to our first of 3 Erangels next. My name is John Hallow. With me is Blank. We did get that the right way round this time, and we are going into match number 2 for week 3.
We are starting off our wrangles for the day here. Again, that Sandhawk was sort of interesting. I think IWNRX gets a little bit of a freebie, though I will say that they're fairly decent at playing that initial start of the game there on Sandhawk from the western side of Quarry. So well done to them, you know, nice game. And again, they don't give Team Spirit any time to recuperate in that situation, just quickly flow over the top side. I will still say that that's a nice start for Team Spirit. They'll be happy with that, especially our team here who is currently topping the tables overall, starting their 3rd week with a strong match. That's always good to see.
Yeah, definitely nice to kick things off well, but we've seen it with like RCB, with like moneymakers as well, that there is that potential to fall off as well, and you do need to keep the pace up to be in with a chance of topping the tables, because if you top these tables, Blank, the best thing will happen to you, right? It's incredible. You will be going to the PMWC at the Esports World Cup from the 19th to 28th of July to 2024. That's this year. That's not too long from now. And of course, the top 4 teams from this tournament of the finals will be going straight there to the group stages, and the 5th place team will be going to that survival stage. But all of these teams are going to be looking to try and make their way on in. We're going to get a zoom in on Paradise Resort, even though we're not playing that map. I don't think so. Let's take a look at the playing path as we head into match number 1 of Erangel. Match number 2 of week 3.
I'm going to need to get Team Spirit to let me be a sub on their team so I can go to PMWC. That'd be really nice. Thank you. I'd love that. So, you know, if you can hear me, guys, I'm just saying, I have a phone that I could play if absolutely necessary.
Well, if you're on the team, you might be able to access an INFINIX GT20 Pro, the official smartphone of the PMSL EMEA, right? You never know. You never know.
Like the INFINIX GT20 Pro, sort of like the radioactive spider that bites Peter Parker.
Oh,
it'll make me into an amazing gamer. After it bites me, of course.
That's true. I bet there is a skilled gamer variant of Spider-Man out there in the multiverse somewhere in the Spider-Verse.
Oh,
I'm pretty sure.
My keyboard pricked me. Suddenly, I know all the rotational strategies. What's going on?
Whoa! This playing path actually pretty mean, so maybe they do need a radioactive mobile phone right now to be able to figure this one out. Because Nova over towards, well, not even up to Geka. That is pretty cruel on the south side. So potentially a lot of trouble at a northern circle as well. These vehicles are about to go up way, way high in the value, probably as high as they've ever been in value around that south coast. So potentially some hot drops, but it looks like teams are actually being fairly civil about this right now.
Yeah.
I'm looking at maybe RCB, S2G, FLUX around Potato Hill right now, where there could be some conflict, but even there, they're in vehicles. They're going to head north. They're just getting out of here, surely.
Yeah, this is sort of the what's it called? This is the week 3 gentleman's agreement, right? It's where everyone shakes hands and sort of, even on these really rough approaches into the circle, everyone's like, look, it's fine. We can get into a position. We know where you drop roughly. We all just want to play the game. There's nothing worse than having a poor hot drop and losing 3 of your players. Then you match is just in the bin at that point, right?
Yeah.
And I think, yeah, some of you in chat will be like, whoa, what if you hot drop and you get 3 eliminations? Yeah, that's fine. But you also have to consider the fact that happens to you, right? It's not, a lot of times it's a 50-50. Hot drops, although they look cool, and some teams can be better than others, I think a lot of hot drops really rely on the loot that you get at the start and on the skill disparity between the teams. Which within... that's cruel. That is really cruel.
It's fair, though.
It's very fair. But within this lobby, the skill disparity is not too much between a lot of these squads. So hot drops seem to be always a risk here. You see them a lot more in early tournaments of the year, which is funny me saying this, but I think with this new PMSL structure, with the leagues, super leagues, we're going to see a lot less hot drops in the, what's it called? The base edges of the esports pyramid. Base
Took me a
blocks.
while to figure out what you were going for.
You know
there.
what I
But
mean,
yeah,
right?
Yeah.
What would that be called?
The foundations?
Foundations of the pyramid? Yeah,
Maybe.
that would make sense.
I'm not sure. I'm not
Yeah.
sure.
No.
We'll have to figure that one out as all these teams figuring out how to migrate northwards right now. We saw Silas popping a tire on a vehicle to stop a team behind them from grabbing it, and on this sort of a plane path to a northern circle, that's actually going to be pretty impactful. It's going to deny a team a UAS to be super effective with into the late game. Obviously, UAS is very good for cover in those late game scenarios. And if you're a team that's dropping over towards Millie Base, which I think we've got 3 teams now on Military Island, you're going to be potentially looking for a stop-off to either refuel or swap vehicles at that sort of area of the map. So a very important vehicle to curtail, to remove the power from. So nice one from Silas.
Yeah, again, like you either forgo a little bit of inventory space by picking up a fuel canister, or hope there's vehicles on the way. So, do you like that from RCB? Getting rid of some of the potential opponents behind them. Opponents? No.
They're playing
Opponents?
4D right now. They are thinking about the future.
Which is good. We like people thinking about the future. It's very important. Very important that you think about what's going on ahead of you, which is including of PMWC. Very important that you think about that a lot. That's your homework for today, guys.
Mm-hmm.
When the show is over, have a little think about PMWC. I don't need proof. Just do it.
So, well, you heard him. I mean, I'm quite busy. I might not have time, but I'm going to have to figure it out, I guess, because
I mean, you might think about it by accident. Think about it by accident, in which case you've succeeded.
That's my secret, Blank. I'm always thinking about the road to the Esports World Cup. Always.
A+.
Not
You
a
passed.
moment goes by where I'm not considering the prospect of Esports World Cup.
I'm so excited.
I'm actually pretty... I mean, it is going to be great to see if EMEA can come through in a little bit stronger fashion from sometimes when we've seen them before in the past in this sort of a meet. It's going to be good to see, I think. I'm going to be interested to see if this newly developed playstyle comes through strong for us.
Yeah. For some reason, when a meat, I was like, bacon?
Oh, bacon.
No. He means like actually meeting.
Here's the biggest I think that's quite an American term, so I apologize for that. A meet, like a swim meet or a sports meet or a track and field meet, right? That's a thing.
Okay,
pretty sure.
Jerky.
DA
Jerky
about
meat.
to meet with some of the players of Twisted Minds, but looks like Twisted Minds about to meet their demise, unfortunately, because Nico is fragging out of his mind. He's just taken 3 of them out on his own, but he's only got a sliver of HP. 1 player left to handle. He knows he's hopped in. Yusuf doesn't spot him dying out the door, but he's back on in. Knocked in the meantime. DA. Oh dear, lose 1, but even worse news for Twisted Minds. They have lost 3.
Where's his friends? Come on,
There he
guys.
is.
Oh, well. I think that it is reasonable that this rotate would be taken advantage of at some point. And I think it's gone on for too long already. DA holds so much space over towards this west side of the map that it was bound to be at some point someone would watch the map back and be like, look, why don't we just target this western compound? Obviously, it would have been nice if Nico didn't go crazy and knock and flush 3 of the members there from Twisted Minds. The play and the general idea of the play, great news, Twisted Minds. I like that. No more smooth brains. This is a very wrinkled mind play.
Unfortunately, it was pretty smooth-fingered on that one.
Yeah.
It was not quite as
Also
dexterous
slippage.
as it needed to be. Yeah, get some thumb sleeves on that. That's not quite ideal. Yusuf, the last to stand for them, but looks like DA are pretty reluctant to go for this. And I feel like fair at this point. You know, it's at the stage where it's like, okay, he could 2v1 us and we just take the big L here. They've already got 3 points on the match though, so maybe there's some value in just trying to take the 70-30. Bouncing the nades too long though. Keep it on the inside. That one's also not going to attack.
This is
Where
taking
is
a
he?
lot
Where
of
is he?
utility. Yeah, well, he's in the room just to the right of this. Yeah, this is taking too long. Taking way too long.
immediately pops the first aid. So DA have taken down Twisted Minds now, but at the cost of 2 of their players. Team Spirit, they're trying to get on the road, move north, because the circle just about to finish closing. I think Team Spirit, yeah, they're still on 4 players alive as they go on the road, and another north shift up towards Severny here. And an interesting area. I don't think we've been to the Shooting Range Hills so far this tournament, Blank, if memory serves. So it'd be good to get back up to the north coast again.
Yeah, it's this south plane into northern shifts, So, a lot of teams not even within here just yet. I think RCB was the closest to that northern side when this all popped off. I do enjoy Virtus Pro's little position. This was the initial spray down. Getting the first player out the car straight away into a pretty bold push out there from Nico, I'd say. He really played them, honestly.
Oh, yeah.
Like, the push out into the immediate read on the push into the building, and then the fake out on the leaving of the building. So he puts away the weapon to chase after him. Pretty cruel over towards Twisted Minds.
Yeah, he scrambled the melon of the Twisted Minds right there. It was not fun for them. They had a bad time all round. RCB lining up their garage, but considering alternate opportunities there. S2G out further west of them as teams crunch in on this north edge. Gladiator is flanking up to the west side. Power as well on that southwest edge. Looking to move up to the Shooting Range Hills. Oh dear. FLUX taking a couple of shots there as they put themselves in the divot near the shack.
Yeah, it's an awkward spot of the map to be playing, to be honest with you. It's just not easy to play in. I think everyone is worried about where they want to hunker down. And this is likely going to be what you're going to see throughout the majority of this map here, John, which is players just finding small plateaus to play alongside. I think this is one of the key ones we currently have ownership over. Video later. Loogie back into place. I mean, it's already lost the majority of the supplies on it, so the majority of the wheels on it, so it's time to just give it up.
Yeah, just use that as a little front guard to people crashing vehicles into the bunker, I suppose. Try and play on from there. FLUX, there's their little shack. There's that little plateau that you were talking about that they're going to try and operate from. We'll see if they're able to get the value from it. IWNRX in the midst of it as well. The buildings further down for NIGMA Galaxy is solid to be able to hold. It's a little bit south on the circle, but with the amount of water on the north side of the circle, likely going to shift down their way a little bit. We'll have to wait and see for that. Onyx Ravens, late to the party, so are Heroic. You can see them just on the edge of the screen near Yasnaya Poliana, currently moving through, and they're going to be entering on the southwest side. A central shift here puts... I mean, Severny still very, very strong. I like Virtus Pro's split on that north edge. I think you talked about the strength of their position as well. Team Spirit going to be playing on the east side of Severny, navigating those hills further out to the east and potentially looking to move around, although it's quite a long sloping hill that they have on the east side of Severny.
Yeah, I think overall, on this map, this is probably the shift that most teams wanted to see. It does make life a lot easier. I never enjoy watching Severny finishes because they are so brutal, and a lot of times it's a case of you play in Severny and a team plays outside Severny, and they're both equally insane spots to be playing in.
Yeah.
Like, it shifts slightly away from Severny at the end. Whoever's on the rocks outside Severny just wins the game. Shifts towards Severny, you're inside Severny, you just win the game. It's very much coin flip scenario towards that position. This could still shift down towards the south side, John. I'm not saying that couldn't happen, but I do think a lot of times playing up towards Severny is more a test of patience. How long you can wait in what seems to be a bad spot until the circle blesses you.
Gladiator's trying to move Virtus Pro along. And I like the Virtus Pro now regrouping out to the west side. I like the hills outside of Severny right now more than inside of Severny, even though they both have their pros and cons. Gladiators seem to have had the idea that they want to do that too, but it's going to be challenged pretty heavily. Corker spotted though on a crossfire, and Meku gets that opening knock. They've lost Frozen already for the Gladiators. So they do want to try and equalize. And a second brilliant spray from Meku, who finds now 2 players from Virtus Pro. There is shots from across the way, however, and that's from BEŞİKTAŞ, who are going to look to take the tires out on the buggy.
INFINIX, not a bad spot for them. Just on the underside of FLUX. Can play off the back of this. I think FLUX makes the right decision, though. Try and pick up this spot early. I think a lot of teams do overlook this position inside the map. But it's a really strong one. Gladiators finding some of the players there from Virtus Pro, which is not ideal considering the fact that they were holding towards Severny. Giving up. Yeah, I don't know about that split. I'm not sure I was a big fan of it.
I feel, yeah, they kind of made 2 decisions already as well. Even if they weren't going to hold the split, choose one or the other, they chose west and then moved back east. I guess, I mean, they were pushed off, right, by the Gladiators, so you just have to retreat. But yeah, that vulnerability coming back to bite them.
Yeah, I think they had a strong position inside Savannah. I think just wait there. Not so much anymore. Do you think this is where FLUX's position becomes pretty useful to have? Eventually, it is a spot where life is very difficult. It's such a nadeable position. The usefulness of it comes in the fact that it's very hard to get towards, because most of the teams will already be shooting at one another by the time you get close to that position.
Yeah, they can hopefully hold out. The question is, what value do you get from it on eliminations as well, right? Because if teams aren't getting close, you can't take shots and you can't pick up points. So even getting late into the game, if you get 7th place, that's not really great value. You might have wanted to have a little bit more on the cards from those elims. So far, still a lot of scuffling, but only one team has gone down fully. That was Twisted Minds to the west side scramble that they had. Not ideal for them, getting taken down in such unceremonious fashion. Na'Vi, last player to survive. It's just Puncher hunkering down in the shack now. On the northeast side as well, so quite close to the edge. S2G, they still have Hamzy on the south point of Severny, but they're going to have to regroup. And you can see they've got their garage nice and stocked, so they're going to send those buggies out when the time's right. But they're quite central for now.
Yeah, that'll be okay for them for the time being. This fight, this engagement is really tough to deal with. We have seen teams been able to claim this spot over towards shooting range, offer teams within it beforehand. It does require the team inside to make a couple of mistakes. At this point, not likely those mistakes to be inside the circle. A lot of times those positions, once you realize you need to move. I do like what BEŞİKTAŞ is doing with Poser, though. I don't think I've seen this too often either, where you've got 3 players inside. Poser plays pretty dangerous spot, but it does give you that side swipe angle onto this position here, which is where most teams decide to assault it. So you can see there the Gladiators constantly putting down smokes to deny Poser sight lines.
Meku looking to get some damage done over towards BEŞİKTAŞ, but his life being made really tough by the teams up the top of the hill. Pops a first aid. Interestingly enough, Gladiators fielding Matic, Meku, AZ, and Frozen. So Tixi has taken the bench today. So not going to be seeing him, not in this match anyway. We've seen them actually swap around quite a lot. Their players dipping in and out. We've seen Matic and Meku be split up as well, with Frozen and AZ being mixed in. That's a good nade from Meku, but an answer. There's just nades going back and forth here, but BEŞİKTAŞ really with the better end of this deal, I'd say. Unless Matic can get a flush, which is not unlikely. He can keep putting his nades in through the window, look for the repositions, but not going to get value on that one, unfortunately. And now the reses can start to come on through. With Poser on that off angle, that dangerous position that you talked about, they can also keep that suppression going.
Yeah, again, this is the type of situation now where you really want to push in on this after you get the 2 knocks. It's super hard to do with Poser sat there. So Gladiators can knock the players inside this building all day long, but if they can't flush a player, it's all for nothing. And so far, BEŞİKTAŞ has done a great job at just maintaining people in there. Scarface is somewhat of a problem, actually, for Gladiators in the backline there. Could pop up at any moment.
Could be dangerous, but Scarface going to have to make the move as a solo. Very, very tricky always to get into a circle like this. You have to sort of send for a central position and just try and hope that nobody crashes onto your location. That's pretty much your only recourse at the moment for Scarface, unless you can just wage war on the entire lobby and come out victorious, but that's very, very unlikely to happen. Team Spirit looking across the road against RCB. They've established their smoke train. They've put smoke near those sight lines as well to stop these peaks coming through as effectively. Repositions from RCB need to happen, but Team Spirit starting to mount up now. They stayed a little bit longer than maybe I thought they might have done, but with S2G on the northern side, they're going to have to make a move. However, these smokes are starting to fade. They'll have to re-establish and use a lot more utility now.
Yeah, this is awkward. Team Spirit. They have to get across here at some point. So it's a question of how they want to cross in. Should be some nice nades coming through from RCB very shortly. Kitsune spots the nade. Effect does get the initial knock, which is great news. There is one given back, and Nomi's also down. Awkward news here for him.
Wild on the outside, dueling it out with Kitsune, but it's not going to work out. And Wild keeps on trucking. 2 players from RCB are down, and in comes third-party potential time now, as S2G have oversight here. Heroic, I think, off in the wings. Or is that? Yeah, no, it is Heroic on the south side. Could potentially push on up into this one. Everybody down in that house. Naomi, the last to stand for Team Spirit.
No way!
He gets Wild down with that. Gets another flush as well. Effect is there. Kitsune is bleeding out. Naomi getting very huge amounts of value from those nades. I think Wild was already knocked from an off angle there. Getting those flushes, though, adding those points to the Team Spirit tally, very valuable. However, that will be all they get. With the 2 eliminations, they'll go out in 13th place. INFINIX Ruya, in the meantime, this is a Southwest conflict. It's starting to pop off, Blank.
Yeah, it's a massive crunch now. I mean, just look at the map over towards that top right side of your screen. There's so many players here all battling out for this position. FLUX now have to start having an impact here, moving upwards. I don't think expected so many teams from this spot. Great nade from Naomi, though, over the top. We know the guy hits those. Insanity that he was able to get it over the building and just over that tiny lip, so it bounced down. Got the knock. So again, Team Spirit keeping up the no 0-point games, other than that one time, of course.
The exception that proves the rule. Onyx Ravens going down as well on that western side. They only had 1 player left, so big surprise given the number of teams trying to take up residence here. And IWNRX still fighting on with 4 players, just north of NIGMA Galaxy. Now we want to see a little bit more from NIGMA Galaxy here. And FLUX is going to help them. Give them an opening chance now as they can start to close the pincers. IWNRX getting pulled apart, but Power as well trying to push in. Both of them crash into each other and easy. Left with a smorgasbord in front of him. He's going to dip on in. The hors d'oeuvres going down the throat there. And easy chows down on IWNRX points.
That was a crazy play from Easy. His nades going past him. He's on the barest sliver of HP. Doesn't live out on that nade though. And Coops continues to move forward. Kante's in the back line here. Not a huge amount of ammo for them, but going face to face now with NIGMA Galaxy. Lufa's on a wide swing over down towards that compound on the south. But FLUX, that position, like I said earlier, it is phenomenal to play off the back of. And again, that comes from a very early rotate for them.
Teams still remain. Kante steps out. Lord dips back behind cover. Coops now breaking in for the challenge, but he's taking damage as well. And Kante holding strong for now. Last player standing on Power, though, and you've got to wonder how much longer can he last against the full weight of NIGMA Galaxy, if they put the full weight of NIGMA Galaxy on top of him, that is, because look at FUT KAOS on the other side. They're going to have to regroup. They've already lost Lufa. Power sent away, and the point goes over to, I think that might have been FLUX. Not entirely too sure, but FUT KAOS moving in, taking out the back line of NIGMA Galaxy, means that they're playing as 3. However, now they can control the run out.
Ralph down towards Football is Chaos. Tough now. They will be cut off, like you're saying, John. Some good damage over towards Ralph does prevent them from having too much of an impact. Sweeping out, zigzagging up towards their position.
Oh dear. Rookie gets on in. That's a great opener. Rookie wants more as well. Coops goes down to him. And FUT KAOS just move across this hillside like a hot knife through butter. Ralph left alone now for NIGMA Galaxy. And Rookie cooking a nade, wants the third on the cards, and that looks good, but it's just a little wide there. Another nade over the top. I think Ralph has spotted it. Not entirely too sure, won't get tagged by it nonetheless. Doka Machine has another, and he launches that one forwards, bobbles it, hopefully behind the buggy. Does tag, but still not going to be enough. Ralph with the bandages, hopelessly patching himself together. 3 eliminations, and NIGMA Galaxy getting taken down here, challenged out by FUT KAOS, now on 2 players on the Southwest.
Yeah, honestly, for NIGMA Galaxy there, that should have been such a simple play just to stand up and take shots towards Footballist as they had to leave that compound. They knew they had to leave that compound. So yeah, it was just really placid in terms of a defense. Machine will take down Brown for not 4. He's able to find Rookie, who opened that fight up so well for Footballist. Heroic careen around the corner, swinging in like a yo-yo over towards this side of the map. Not looking to return to sender, though. Straight over towards Docker Machine. Last player alive here for Footballist. IWNRX, another not bad game for them with 5 eliminations accrued here.
There it is. There's the spray. Doka Machine finds 1, finds 2. That's pretty mean. And there's the third, the 4th, maybe. Doka Machine is on fire. Heroic. Get pulled apart at the seams. Doka Machine, how could you do that? A solo versus 4, by the way, against Heroic. Doka Machine for FUT KAOS. They've gone toe-to-toe with some really strong teams on the south side. Heroic, maybe not a super strong team right now, but still, to 1v4 like that, the guy is nuts.
Yeah, I have no clue what Heroic's game plan was there. Let's just rotate into a spot of the map we have no clue what's going on around and not scout out any of the rocks. And then all exit the vehicles one by one without our weapons trained on anything. That was sort of like pulling up the shooting range tutorial in PUBG Mobile and felt just as calm, the Docker Machine. I'm disappointed in Heroic there.
I mean, yeah, I think that's fair. It was excellent SMG spray, followed by the weapon swap for Doka Machine to be able to carry that one through. Really nice to see. That's a standout play for sure. Poser takes down Ketch on the western side. 2 players now active for BEŞİKTAŞ and FLUX. They've been starting to bleed players away. Slowly, slowly. Solkate, the last to go down there. FLUX eliminated. 4 teams remain. This looks like it could be an S2G game, Blank. I think I'm not remiss in saying that, although Kelsey has just got knocked and S2G lose a player, so they are down to 3. However, they have got that high ground on the side. Oh dear, Matador's the falling buggy. But it's not going to matter as RCP get taken down. Was the buggy tagged on there? It felt like they just evaporated.
No buggy tag. It's quite cool the way they played it. They just got the buggy straight over him, forced him to stand up, and Hamzy G got the UMP out on him afterwards. So they didn't have to figure out where he was in the grass at least, because he popped up for them to get out of the way of the buggy. It was either the buggy or the gun. That was their decision to make.
That's not really a pleasant choice to make if you're on the receiving end of it. Zed Wolf cleaning up BEŞİKTAŞ, the last player to stand for IWNRX. And they are up into second place. 9 eliminations. He's spotted on the hillside, though. And S2G, do manage to take this home for themselves,
Swag.
adding a chicken dinner. 7 Worlds Gaming, isn't it? I think those initials. Either way, it's S2G, though, this time around. Not going to be...
7's got a lot of swag.
He does, actually. That's one of his characteristics.
Or is it Riz these days?
Oh, I don't know. Is it the Skibbity Ohio Riz? Or is it the... something... I don't know any other... I tried to piece something together, but I dug deep into my Gen Alpha slang right there, and it just wasn't coming up with anything. So that's as far as we're going to go on that. But no, S2G absolutely controlled from the northern side. They played to the south edge of that position that FLUX had, and they were able to move up. Not the highest number of eliminations, but they still got the chicken dinner. And IWNRX still putting up the numbers. 1k damage from Zed Wolf alone and 7 eliminations. He got a lot done in that final moments.
Yeah, it's hard to ignore Zed Wolf as a player. Definitely one of the strongest coming through from the Turkish side of things. I think he's just so damn good at playing the game. It's really enjoyable watching him as well. Definitely feels like a wolf in these matches. I'll tell you that now. Very sharp. Yeah, S2G get themselves 18 points. I think they generally play well, US2G. I think that they just are missing their spark when they enter the game, or the car just doesn't start up when they get into a match, but they have the potential in them. There's a lot of teams within this tournament that have incredibly sky-high potential on them, but we just don't always see it from them, which is why you actually see me and John here praising a lot of our more consistent teams, rather than teams like S2G who put up 5k damage in one match. RCB, though, keeping up with their string of first day victories with 8 points on this one.
Pretty decent. I mean, they had that strong high ground position on the Sandhawk, right, and converting into 8 points here. They had some difficult positions, but they were able to navigate them nicely and get pretty late into the game. Second page now for your perusal. Team Spirit, only 2 points, unfortunately, not able to get much done. Virtus.pro as well, I think that's the biggest disappointment on a circle like this. We spoke about their split from Severny, and they were punished by the Gladiators. And the Gladiators only ended up with 2 points anyway, so that northern side, very, very tricky. S2G were actually playing from Severny earlier on, so they could very much have had a much better game for Virtus.pro had they committed to one side of the split and maybe given some ground up there.
Yeah, I think Virtus.pro is an interesting team in the sense that I think that the players on that squad are really quite good as up-and-comers in the PUBG Mobile scene. However, I will say that there's still some considerations that veteran teams take into fact that they just don't right now. For instance, the fact that that was a South Plain circle, the circle shifts twice up towards that north side. They should realize that it's going to get packed very quickly, and people are going to be coming in on odd rotations, in which case a lot of times it's better just to hold a pretty basic position like in Severny as a 4-man, because it's not like you can take a split in these circles, because there isn't a lot of real estate to begin with, and teams are going to take anything they can in those situations. Taking a look at these stats though from IWNRX, it really does look a bit odd for Zed Wolf with his 1,000 damage. Swain got a lot done. I think that was from a couple of the vehicle runovers that he was able to hit in that match. But yeah, IWNRX, a nice day for them. Sort of return to form from the first week that was played. Yeah. 2 good games in a row. Yeah, they have managed to get the first 2 under the belt now for the rest of the 5 days, right? That's the big test for this team. IWNRX lost a little bit of consistency. Good to see that they've got some of it back here, but it was S2G to put a stop to their run in that final circle. They took the chicken dinner and turkey. They're going to be happy about that one to be able to take that first Erangel of week 3. We'll be back with another one after the break.
Hi everyone, PUBG Mobile Metro Royale Chapter 20 is coming soon. Curious about what new content there is? Let's take a look. Our focus for this update is on bettering your gaming experience, so we've added a series of improvements. First, we've added quick action functions. Starting now, you can tap to repair all items at once on the loadout page, and you can open multiple gift packs at once in your inventory. We've also improved the firearm status at the start of the match. During the preparation stage, firearms will be reloaded by default and will be set to full auto firing mode. These improvements all aim to save your time while improving efficiency. Additionally, you can now earn EXP from Metro Royale matches. In other words, playing Metro Royale will now contribute towards raising your player level. If you bring a companion into Metro Royale, they will also earn companion EXP. Chapter 20 also brings brand new honor rewards and collectibles. What's different this time is that after you get certain gold collectibles, they can be displayed in your personal space of the main lobby. You also have the chance to unlock home collectible decorations. Place them in your home to show them off to your friends. With the new version update come enemies who've already infiltrated Metro Royale's Arctic base and Misty Port. While you're out exploring, stay vigilant in these areas, as Striders are active there. Oh, and we've also added 2 new firearms in this update, the P90 Cobra and P90 Steel Front. Don't forget to try them out. That sums up all the new Metro Royale content. Chapter 20 is about to begin. Hop into PUBG Mobile Metro Royale and experience it for yourself. We wish you all successful evacuations and bountiful loot.
Match number 3. We've had 2, but we've got so much more for you still to come. Of course, it is Erangel up next. We're going to be jumping straight back in to EMEA action here at the PMSL, and couldn't be more happy to do so. I feel like the start of today has been really good to illuminate what teams have been changing up a little bit. I think we spoke about some different drops slightly. We've had a very difficult drop at that first Erangel as well, so some interesting dynamics unfolding there. This time around, is it going to be unfair? Is it going to be mean? Or are we going to have dead center plane path, dead center circle, and just everybody fights it out from there? Tell me the answer.
Yeah,
Blaine.
I think.
Give me the answer.
my god, give me the answer very much. I genuinely think that it was a really tough circle and a really tough playing path on that Leicester angle. But that requires a tough team to get through it all. So, and I think Zedwolf did really well, you know, everything considered. I definitely think that he's kind of the poster boy now in terms of MVP candidates at the end of this tournament. Just really rough that they didn't have exactly the best week over in week 2. Really weird performance for them in week 2. And I'm not entirely sure what sort of sparked that all coming through from them, because it feels like they're back to normal again. So
yeah, I mean they are still they're still third place on the interweek overalls, the overall squared standings, right? With the moneymakers about almost 20 points behind them. I think that's 16 points behind them. So they are still very much top of the tables in terms of the teams in contest for it, right? They're ahead of S2G, ahead of teams like NIGMA Galaxy and Digital Athletics, who we spoke about pretty highly for last week. So they're definitely still in there, even if it wasn't as strong as last week. But what has stayed consistently strong over both of these weeks, Blank, is the INFINIX GT20 Pro, the official smartphone of the PMSL EMEA, and everybody using it, standing out from the crowd. There you see, and NIGMA Galaxy looking to try and utilize that to its maximum effect. They haven't had the best of success, especially in that last game and the game before that this week so far, but it was some pretty unkind playing paths, and with Sandhawk, where we know the NIGMA Galaxy don't like to play well.
Yeah, I think there's so many options to NIGMA Galaxy. I think they're a strong team once they get into a strong position on the map, but there's far too many times here where they're very trepidatious about making those moves, and it's confusing to say the least, like not seeing them get into those spots. Again, I think Team Spirit, I don't want to harp on about Team Spirit too much, but they are a great example of this, where even in that last game, they realized that they could outside with all the other squads in that area, or they can try and push for RCB to get towards the circle, which I think is a decision that you would never see NIGMA Galaxy make. I think they're too scared to go for these crashes or these risky plays. Too often seeing them go for these splits, trying to maintain control over a small area. I think the few games that we do see NIGMA Galaxy do extremely well in is when the circle sort of favors them towards the center of the map, because then they can just start playing actual fortress style, right? Just holding up, holding on, seeing what they can get done. And I think that's what they excel at. But moving and rotations and figuring out what teams are doing around the map, that seems to be an issue that keeps coming through time and time again. We just saw Lord as well. Extremely good player. I think a lot of people talk about Coops, but I am very interested in what Lord's been able to do this tournament. And I think you're able to get him through those early stages of the game. You get those rotations down to the pat. I think you could basically carry that team on Coops and Lord's back alone in this kind of tournament. I'm not saying Ralph and Lufa aren't necessary. I'm just saying that those two could have a really free ride if they only made some of these more risky rotations.
Another North Circle there. Lord, I mean, out of all of NIGMA Galaxy, Lord is absolutely the highest performing player so far over all of the games we've had through all the weeks. He's actually third on the tables of overall MVP right now, behind Nomi and Zedwolf as well. A little bit of hot drop action potentially between Twisted Minds and DA. DA have had a couple of hot drops over these last few matches. Hasn't served them well. Is Scarface going to be able to hold against 2? No, he's not. Dammy has the pump action, and he wins out the duel. DA losing a player off the rip. Again, having a real tough time of it. Didn't DA take the fight with Na'Vi, or was it Twisted Minds over on the western side again? Okay, so they're continuing this hot drop. And DA obviously having that hot drop with Na'Vi in the first match. That's what I was thinking of. Over on Sandhawk, right? So they've had a really tough time getting started here.
Again, this is the same fight that we saw last game, right? Where Twisted Minds rocked up over towards one of the players from DA. And again, I think this is stubborn gameplay, right, from DA, where last game, you take this dangerous split, and because it's a south playing path, Twisted Minds is like, look, we can just isolate one of the players. So, in the same vein, this is sort of really strong-headed from Twisted Minds, which is, it didn't work last time, let's just do it again. And under the assumption that DA is going to change nothing, which they also do. They change nothing. It's a very confusing fight in the sense that the mistake that could have left DA in the dust, losing one player and then slowly going down to none, was not shored up straight away on the same playing path. It's just weird.
Yeah, it's...
I don't know how to describe it properly. I feel like I'm fumbling the description.
I think you got the key points across. I think we'll give you the W on that one. That's fair enough.
Don't do the same thing twice if you know it's going to be a problem. Just because it worked out the first time doesn't mean it's good.
Yeah, it's always a weird sort of scenario. Those false positives can really come through and delude one into thinking that perhaps the worst strategy is the better option.
Yeah, I also like the fact... Sorry, I'm cutting you off here.
No,
I also like the fact that Twisted Minds were like, well, Nico absolutely destroyed us, so we just won't drop on Nico. We'll drop on the South player instead. Which, again, that's a fairly good adjustment.
Yeah.
I will respect that.
Yeah, if you're going to force hot drops, and I think a team in Twisted Mind's position, I kind of like going for hot drops, right? Like, dear, that's unfortunate. Gladiators taking a chunk out of BEŞİKTAŞ. With Mecha going down and getting flushed, actually, there's an answer. So they have chunked one another a little bit here across the way around the George Pole outskirts on the east side. So both of them losing a player. So a fairly hectic and bloodthirsty early circle here for stage one. They've lost 3 players on the match already, with BEŞİKTAŞ, Gladiators, and of course DA being the victims. And I wonder, Blank, going back to the DA Twisted Minds hot drop, if teams have kind of realized that if you allow DA to get 4 players into position, they are very, very close to unassailable. So if you just drop on them and fight them early, you stop them from being able to do that at all.
Yeah, so if this continues, right, this could ruin DA's whole week. We said it before that Erangel makes up half of your games here each day.
Yeah.
Right? And you've got Miramar only being two of them, Sandhawk being one of them. So your majority share is over on Erangel, despite it only being 50%. Sounds weird. But again, I think for teams like DA, you lose that chance on Erangel where they are very strong. I mean, they do have good Miramar matches, but if they just continue allowing teams to drop on top of them, they did the exact same thing on Sandhawk, which didn't work again. They dropped on a split drop round Ruins, thinking they'd get value out of it. I think you can certainly get value of that type of playstyle for about a week and a half. If you keep abusing it, teams are going to start to abuse you. You're just 3 points at the start of the game.
It's not fun. It's not fun being on the bum end of that deal.
Yeah.
In the early game. And DA have suffered it now 3 times in a row. Unfortunately, obviously sometimes
you would have thought something would change.
Yeah, sometimes it just pops off and you're like, oh, okay, cool. We just got like 5 points, so that's cool. But which is kind of tricky to get 5 points on a hot drop. But you know, I'll stand by what I said.
You're a straggler in there.
Yeah, just find one of the gladiators in the mix of it. I don't know why I picked them, but there they are somehow in the middle of my hypothetical. It's definitely, something that needs to be adjusted by DA. Hopefully something they can adjust, and we'll see what they can do as 3, because maybe that's what they're going to need to improve on if they keep doing it, right, as their 3-player performances.
Yeah, and I think what makes a championship level team is teams that can adjust on the day. You need, realistically, you either need a coach or an IGL to take you aside between the games. You only have a short break, but you do need someone to take you aside to be like, look, guys, we have to stop doing this. It's not working, especially in a finals format or over in the grand finals itself at PMGC. You take a week. To figure things out. The tournament's over. All right. You can't go into these sort of tournaments under the assumption that your playstyle is going to work all the way throughout. So again, I think that goes for a lot of teams. We even spoke about NIGMA Galaxy, and they are suffering to the same thing, which is a case of adjustments need to be made. And NIGMA Galaxy's had almost 2 weeks now to figure those adjustments out, and nothing seems to be changing on their side.
Definitely at this level need to be doing that faster, absorbing those lessons, or at least thinking about them. Frozen, and the rest of IWNRX moving in, and FLUX have to evacuate. Solke rightly moves out of dodge here with the high ground established already for IWNRX. this was not going to be a tenable hold for Solke. So getting out of there, nice. Play up into those rolling headshot hills on the north side of these compounds as well. Probably looking to think about getting control of a river crossing as well, because the circle hasn't fully decided to go north, but very likely to, with the meander that takes it past Rozhok, moving it down past the halfway mark. It's the majority of the poppable circle is going to be north of that river, so teams going to be thinking about their ability to move up there. And just as I say that, goes down to Everest. So there you go. You don't need that crossing anymore. Go back south. Ignore everything I just said.
That's really awkward for
That
a
really
lot of
is.
teams. I mean, Twisted Minds and Na'Vi are probably quite happy about this, actually. Really have been lacking on the rotational luster up towards that northern side this game. In fact, the circle just comes back down to them, feeling sorry for them. A bit of a pity circle shift, let's say. But a lot of teams now find themselves in this awkward position of having to recross those bridges, recross the island, get across ruins. Very open, very awkward to play in. Again, it actually is a hugely beneficial shift for both Twisted Minds and Na'Vi. Most teams assume this would head up far towards that north side. So they're able to get into some pretty significant positions if they're fast enough, which are going to last throughout the majority of the game. Which is super curious.
I think Power as well are in an interesting position. It looks like they're trying to hold a 2-1-1 split on a really heavy river crossing right now. And I feel like they need to regroup and move to a compound, probably the compound that's just to the southeast of Everest, right? You have that really strong compound that overlooks the fields down to your south and to your east. But it looks like Na'Vi have been allowed to get in there because Power a little bit slow on going for something like that. And I think that their split is an interesting idea, and it worked in the previous circle, but I think this circle, they need to have read a little bit deeper into this one. Na'Vi still across the way of the field. Twisted Minds up to the west point of Everest.
Yeah, I think Na'Vi picks a not bad spot, honestly. Twisted Mind's going for something a little bit more dangerous over towards that western side of Everest. If you control it, fair play. But I feel like they should have had more than enough time to get into a fairly comfortable spot up here, John. Power also just circling around that northern side. And they even have an outpost over towards Castle, which I actually like a lot. It's a curious play coming through from Power, but does give them control over a lot of spaces. And it's not often you see a full-on crash over towards Castle, because you do worry about a team playing in there. In the meantime, Virtus.pro currently trying to get rid of RCB in an awesome nade from the top of the ropes.
Furiant laying down the law, claiming the north side of Rozhok before they have to leave it. The nades answering over towards Milky Way does find some damage, but not really going to get too much more than this. Kiss trying to crawl through, but Virtus.pro do have these off angles. I will be very surprised if they're able to get him back up, and there's the spray down, getting that shotgun shell to the back of Kiss there. Taking the point, adding it to the Virtus.pro tally. They've had a slow start to today, so a good result for them would be nice and strong. And on the counterpoint as well, RCB, they've been very strong so far in the first two matches. They had a great Sandhawk and a decent conversion on the second Erangel, on the first Erangel rather. Now Virtus.pro have already taken one of their players away. A hard east shift, and this circle is giving everybody the runaround blank.
Yeah, it's really cruel. But look at that Power with the outpost in Castle. Gets themselves a fairly central position. Everyone's going to rotate back over towards Easy. Love to see play like that coming through from them. S2G on that north side will have to rotate back down through Rozhok. However, they might find success over the back of this because they might be running into a fight that is currently between two squads. This is not always the most ideal time to third party onto this, but they can get the backstab onto Virtus.pro and kind of take up the reins in their position, which is on that high ground. Kelsey now looking over to scout this one out.
Wild wants to control the crossing, sees Furia dipping through, but doesn't quite control it. Gets a little bit of damage, but RCB still kind of stuck in the doldrums. And this one, they have got the vehicles, but they have to move against Virtus.pro, who's already a little bit further established in. 4 players alive as well. A tough time, and look at Malloy and Milky Way just moving in, trying to make things harder. But Virtus.pro splitting a little bit. They'll have to play on the hillside, and they are going to regroup here. Moving in with the vehicles. It's road wars going on. Silas gets pulled out here. Wild on the back, not able to keep his teammate safe this time. Has all 4 players of Virtus Pro to deal with. Goes in for one and nearly takes him out of the way with him, but is going to get flushed away almost certainly here. Can there be an answer coming through from the last player of RCB? As well, just gets crunched under the tire of Milky Way.
I mean, Loxy might be able to get some good shots off. S2G are just getting ahead of them right now. I like this from them. Hamzy will find Milky Way. Amazing ability here from S2G. I think they knew exactly what the game plan was for themselves. Didn't want to get stuck in early on this engagement, but saw that both teams had to move at the same time, so just moved ahead of both of them. So for S2G, who actually had a pretty tricky rotation at the beginning of this, I've actually turned this into a big positive for them. They clear out 2 teams on the eastern side.
Still with a bit of high ground as well now. Crazy quite far away. You can see NIGMA Galaxy taking a fight with Twisted Minds on the south side, but there is Team Spirit right next to this, and that's a Team Spirit nade in on the picture-in-picture, so they are definitely looking at a third party. That is Twisted Minds out. I think NIGMA Galaxy, yeah, they're on 2 players. Foot Chaos as well on the east. They're going to try and make things hard as S2G continue to guard out the remnants of these 2 teams on the northeast. Furia with the pump action. Going to be able to land shots over towards CEO later. Wants the flush before he goes down and will get it. That's a really big hit to S2G. They needed to be more wary than that.
They really did. Again, look at this though. NIGMA Galaxy Coops is able to get a little bit back over towards Team Spirit. Will knock Naomi and Effect before Naomi finally shuts him down. Goodness me, that could have been catastrophic for Team Spirit there. Though what I will say is that if we look where NIGMA Galaxy died on the map, just outside Pachinki. Where is Pachinki, might you ask? Oh, it's NIGMA Galaxy's drop spot. Even with that shift that went up towards that northern side, they still have only just started to move. I don't know. I think that the best thing that they can do right now for themselves is probably just to get themselves stuck into the thick of it. If they make it through to that PMWC, I think maybe try continue with this playstyle. But certainly for PMSL 4, I think they should just challenge themselves to play center and see where that takes them. Just even if it's not successful, just to get them more comfortable with moving.
Maybe a little bit earlier, yeah. I mean, it's not good for NIGMA Galaxy right now. Even though they are getting some elim points over the course of it, it's sort of a similar story to DA. Although DA have been a little bit more consistent. I feel like I would back them more over the course of things. RCB sending into the water, and probably rightly so. There's a lot of water on that north side. Onyx Ravens have been drawn short on the west side of this circle. RV, the ones to pick up that final point. 4 limbs right now for Team Spirit, but they've lost a player as well. They were able to do quite a lot of work over there. Soulcate wants to hold down his divot. Token Machine. We saw him 1v4 heroic. This time has to rely on Rookie to take down Soulcate. He will be able to do so. Looks like Solus has been knocked in the meantime. Storm steps up a little bit too high over the parapet. Has to pull back a little bit as well. FLUX moving in now to take 2 of the Footballist Chaos players on. Nades continue to go through. The DBS shots a little bit wild there. And Rookie, now the last to stand, needs to find the nade, but splits them. And Lux now sweeping around the edge. Third party. It's S2G on the north.
Good nade there from Rookie, who's been really good today, actually. I think this might be the first day we see him brought in. Fireflux also down, but S2G racking up points here as they locate some really good positions around the map to start applying pressure to. Rookie will have to hit the first aid kit and then zoom out in the buggy. Don't know how successful they can be. Equally, the backline from S2G has to move. Power's had such a chill game, by the way, John.
Oh, yeah.
I really like that outpost they set up earlier on with Easy and Castle while scouting over the top side of Everest.
Foot Chaos still in a bit of a back and forth conversation with S2G, but turning into more of a spat. Soon to break into an argument, I think, over on that eastern side. Foot Chaos send away from it. They disengage. And they're right into the bunker over towards Lewis from BEŞİKTAŞ and the rest of his team as well. 3 of them alive, 2 players for Foot Chaos. IW Next Ruya do have the south edge of this fight, potentially third party, but there's a nade in from BEŞİKTAŞ. That will continue to pepper them, and this is that third party that I'm worried about. This is coming from Power, though, on the northern side. The shots ringing out from Ruins.
Yeah, and I mean, why not? You want to clear out these positions as much as you can with the little bit of high ground you still afforded, because now Easy and Kante, they have to come off that high ground that sits towards that northern side of the map. Carly might be able to get a decent grenade here. Looks
nice and high.
really good, but the bounce isn't long enough.
Not quite long enough on the arm there. Does allow potential flush there. Lewis goes for another, though, and that could get a re-knock, but the bobble's just a little bit weird there. So the res will come through for FUT KAOS, and they'll play on as 2. A nice extraction, to be honest, from their eastern side conflict to be able to get to this position, to be able to stay safe. And now BEŞİKTAŞ actually eating the brunt of the damage from that northern side, drawing a lot of attention. So potentially a little bit longer in this game for FUT KAOS with their 3 elimination points. If they can ladder up a couple of places, that would be great news.
Yeah, that's really all they're looking for here. Already lost a lot of squads. We're down to 29 players. Stage 5 now. Team Spirit down towards that southwest, but barred out by DA. Managed to hold on to 3 of their squad mates. And I think in the position that we do see DA in, they tend to do fairly well from a spot like this, where they can just control the ground around them, though. I think this is a spot that's lower down on the hillside, so it's sort of cut off from a couple of sight lines. I think there's a huge amount of trees in that area as well, so. But DA is just more like pit stop area for them.
Kukali. Oh, he's like a hawk, that guy. Over towards everybody looking to push on in. Gladiators. They have to move here. The blue zone's pushing in. You can see them mounting up. They've lost Meku earlier. And they are right on that northern side. But where do they go to? Do they push into Power? It's going to be tricky. They've been entrenched here for a long, long time. But it might be an interesting option. I think it's a little bit more likely they sweep out to the west. But with Puncher and the rest of RV on that side, that'll also be a difficult task. There's no easy choice here for Gladiators. And this is where you can test your mettle. Frozen does hop on over, but you can see that hillside that they're going to have to ascend ahead of them is under control by Na'Vi already. Gladiators make the move, but Power, they're going to fend off the crash now, so they have gone for Power on that high ground.
It's probably the only area they could really take up. With this wall right here, it's actually quite decent at getting the nades into the building. But again, Power have been fairly decent with these nades so far, but going back from AZ, they just need to pop a little bit sooner over that wall. And there's some players who in this lobby who can toss nades like that extremely well. It just felt like the guys here on Power were struggling with it slightly. There is reses going off though, so Fidan just needs to hold on for a little bit longer. But there's side swipes too. It's an awkward fight now for Power as Gladiators get up to the wall.
And it does tag some damage. That might do some more as well, but Haji back to his feet. And they are 4 players now on the inside. In comes AZ, looking for the shots. Shots 1 down. Now Haji got the heal off in the meantime, and they can trade off aggro now. Try and move Fidan into a safe reservoir position. Oh no, Frozen's going to get this knock. Surely he gets this knock. It's right on the money, and he does indeed convert. Easy there with the shots from underneath. Kante on the outside forces him to play towards these barriers, to play towards these open holes in the skylights of the church. And Kante should have a broadside, but he's on the weapon swap. Just an improper time to pull out the nade. And Frozen now down. A long nade goes out, and Frozen in. Gets spotted. That's a third-party shot, but it's BEŞİKTAŞ to put the nail in the coffin of the Gladiators. Power can keep themselves together. 4 players alive.
Yeah, pretty much saved their life there. I think Kante was actually on a weapon swap and a reload at that time. And honestly, I also wouldn't have expected Frozen to go such a dangerous jump out like that. But he does. Makes it happen. I also actually really liked the Molotov that Frozen threw during the middle of that engagement. Got it basically down between the 2 players. So it's a miracle sort of that Fidan actually is alive, because I think he read it perfectly in the sense that he would crawl through the Molotov to his teammate. Well, Power is very, very lucky to be at 4 players at the moment and can play off the back of that. They do need to push through RCB though, still Loxy alive for them. And S2G at the outer edges of Ruins.
Obviously, we've got some pretty standout teams at the top of the tables, but it is that 3rd through 6th place, I would say, that I'm going to be paying a lot of attention to see if they can keep that consistency. BEŞİKTAŞ still alive. Obviously, Team Spirit's still alive with 6 points on the match. They are just always consistent, it seems. They have their slip-ups, but today is not going to be one of them so far. RCB, though, I think is the big check here for them to... Okay. For them to try and get a little bit more value out here. Because they need it. D8 trying to fend off Team Spirit, but they're already past the break point here. And Nico does have the off angle. Naomi moves in, but it's Effect to find the shot, and immediately they go for the flush. They're not wasting any time on that one. Yekta on the upstairs now finds a nade over towards Effect. That'll slow them down somewhat, but they're still playing as 2. The potential third party, IWNRX, want to join the fray. Naomi has the nade out, needs to get the DPS through, and there's a nade from beyond the grave. There's a spray down on the off angle, and that is IWNRX to find the final blow. But Team Spirit, 9 points eliminated. Similar story. Going to be playing from the inside there for DA. They're going to go down, but they only got 2 elims on this match. Unfortunate standings, but IWNRX with a really nicely timed position on the third party. I think RV got some shots in there as well.
No, they didn't. Funnily enough, as soon as IWNRX came to that fight, Team Spirit naded themselves.
Oh.
They all naded themselves.
What?
So Nomi naded himself and Kitsune naded himself. So I think as soon as they heard the third party, they're just so unwilling to give up any eliminations to any other team right now. And honestly, it's not the end of the world for them. You know, I think it was a 7th place, right, with 8 eliminations. It's technically a good game.
I mean,
but you don't want to give any of these. You got to make the third parties work for them for their eliminations, and they were certainly not in a spot where they could recuperate themselves from that fight. Very interesting one. Very, very interesting one. I don't think I've seen that before.
I think you're giving them some credit in saying that it was on purpose.
I don't think Nomi's ever naded himself. And there was no one left to eliminate at that point, though, John.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, it is a little bit confusing, but perhaps
yeah. I need a replay.
We've gone for the middle of the game self-eliminations. I mean, sure, deny some points. That might get some value for you in the long run. Shots over towards IWNRX, taking one of their players down now as Frozen gets knocked through the middle of the smoke. Na'Vi holding the southwest point. Na'Vi today, different team from what we've seen from them previously. They've been strong for the first 2 matches, and they're looking to keep that one going. Only one elimination here on the southwest side. They too will have to move further in. Power has really just been in control of the circle the whole game, Blank, and it's going to be very difficult to change that.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty difficult to change. Power gaining control over this one. Though they did have to make that rotate down from the north side, remember. I think they had a lot of strong positions early on, but they've had to work this new spot. IWNRX moving into the trenches here. Swain will cover it. Though they are now down to just 1 alive. They might actually be able to get all 4 players back up on their feet there, though, John.
I think there's that 4th out there. That's Kine, who's knocked south of the circle. He's just too far away to be accessible here. Gonna have to stick the res here. No, I think you have to go further. Yeah, pick him up and get him closer in, because you're not in this in the next phase circle. And S2G going to take shots out their way as well. So still needing to pull more of themselves back to their feet for IWNRX, but they have got a position in this next circle. Zedwolf dropped off and crawling towards Swain whilst they get some healing done as well.
Yeah, Zedwolf brought back into the fight. That's Kine now eliminated. Power at 4 places. If Power win this game, I'd actually be very pleased. I think that they've played it fairly marvelously so far. And they still have these off angles.
Wow.
Great shot from Easy over towards IWNRX. Delaying them at all at this stage of the game is devastating.
Yeah, anything you can do to slow them down outside of this circle here, force them to peak in inopportune positions. Alhaji, though, caught unawares. Kelsey gets complete broadside on him. He does He does get the opportunity to drop down and potentially get res by Easy, but if there's nades on target, might make that hard, or is it going to go long? Is it going to protect them from the other side of the wall? Because Na'Vi have just rocked up into it, and they're going to know about this. The vehicle will make that noise. Al-Haji goes back down, but Easy's there on the side swipe. Crossfire established. DBS for Puncher, but he gets sprayed out. Leg swept, and Easy gets the flush. Al-Haji can get rest here as S2G continue to bombard the position, but in come IWNRX. Everybody wants to keep this one going. Na'Vi denied the opportunity. The nade goes over the wall. 2 players for power. They want to get these reses if they can. Fidan down as well.
I think they might be able to just get themselves back up there. It's a great hold there from Easy, though. The 1v2 versus Na'Vi, lovely. Kept his cool in the moment. Requested that Al-Haji moves back. I love that. I love that from those guys. Very much some good team play coming through from Power. That's frustrating for Power, though. Losing Fidan on the outer edges just as you're about to get rezzed up to a snake in the grass. But Na'Vi will be now down 5th place, 2 limbs. Not terrible.
RCB still going for Loxy. Could find Kante potentially as well. If he's got an angle on it. You can see them there pretty close to one another. S2G with Hamzy isolated. This is basically a 2-player team for S2G. They do have that recon beacon out the front that is Hamzy crawling around. You can feed that information back to them. You can ping up those dangerous positions for them on this escape. But for the meantime, S2G just going to hold this one out because we're into stage 9 now.
Yeah, I think right now, for Power, that was very important in terms of the knock that comes through. Over towards IWNRX, they were the biggest opponents. Because they have the center circle, and Kante goes down. Horrid for them. S2G eliminated, but 2 players from Power. Easy has been an absolute tear today. It's just 1 player alive. Can Loxy get the 1v2?
He's got a chance here. He's got the inside of the circle. I think he's slightly closer to the middle. He's got a nade. Knows that they're over there by these trees. That nade looks good. It bounces just off Al-Haji. Puts a smoke close as well. Goods for the spray. He has the challenge, but Easy straight out wide. And it is not going to be enough. Al-Haji finds the shot, and it is Power to keep it under control. They looked so in command of this circle for so long. They had some unfortunate little off-angle peaks that took some of their players down, but they kept their cool. They kept it on going. And they get one hell of a result for it. A really nice, solid play on Erica.
Yeah, Easy definitely the star of the show there. Al-Haji's just left. That's very Al-Haji of him to do that. But yeah, Easy definitely the star of the show there. The fact that he takes that position over towards Castle, is able to hold it down for such a long time as well, is really, really nice. And then some great 1v2s towards the end there and just cleaning up versus Loxy. He had a lot on his plate. If he's not able to fend off versus those nades coming through from S2G, he's not able to fend off Na'Vi as they push pressure onto him, you know, that game goes a completely different direction. So yeah, very pleased with Easy that game. Really, really nice.
That Ruins finish always gets a little bit chaotic. All of those walls, all of those cracks and crevices can really play spoiler to the morale when you lose a player like that, but they do manage to keep their heads held high and up to the top of the tables they go. 21 points that match, S2G with 12. Again, another good, consistent match. Same story for IWNRX, same for Team Spirit, same for RCB as well. This is good stuff from these 5 teams, and plenty others as well.
Yeah, again, for Team Spirit, 9 eliminations, so I miscounted that one, didn't I? So 10 points, the self-nade. Maybe they got themselves an elimination point for taking down Nomi. You know, he counts as an elimination point, even if he eliminates himself. He's just that good.
Wow.
RCB, still on their classic 8 points per game charade. I think they've had 8 points per game for the past, 3 matches.
I mean, that'll see you pretty consistently towards the top of the tables, right? We're seeing at the top end people struggling to break 10 points per match, right? So if you can get 8 points per game, what is it? They played 24 matches last time and ended up on the 148 block, and that is going to be probably less than 8, I'd have to guess. I'm pretty sure it will be because it's nearly 200.
It's 184, right?
Yeah. So yeah, way shy of that. So if you can keep 8 points a match, That's a really strong result
192.
over the course of everything.
192.
That's like second,
good.
third place at least.
Yeah, 192 is right up there if you're on an 8 point per game average. Which just shows you like teams that can eliminate a lot during every match can do extremely well. I mean, we saw that over towards PFGC, right, with IHC, just complete eliminator team, threw everything to the wind in terms of tactical strategy, just fight. And yeah, they went down early in some games, but they went down early in a lot of games with 10 eliminations at that point. So that kind of average does send you shooting up towards the top side of the tables. So overall, very, very nicely done.
This is the stats from today from S2G and IWNRX. The average eliminations a little bit higher over on IWNRX, but S2G keeping up pace nicely. I think S2G had one slightly lower down performance, but IWNRX just so consistent today. And this is what we wanted to see from them. A return to form of week one, as they were and still are the highest scoring team in a single week up until this point, with 210 in week one. These are the overall rankings from this week so far after 3 matches played.
Yeah.
Top of the tables, 46 points, which is a really strong result for IWNRX.
Yeah, it's sort of scary because I think this is the issue that I have with IWNRX, is that they are very motivated by momentum. So last week they started off poorly, and that went on for quite a while until on the off chance they got themselves a good game, and then things seem to fix themselves from there. But I think if you're a team underneath IWNRX right now in the overall standings, you should be worried, because I think IWNRX starting off really strong in a week is a good indicator that's going to continue throughout the rest of the week here. So either that or some very good adjustments have been made since week 2, and I think the boys should be proud of themselves because it's paying off.
Yeah, front page residence as well for RCB still claimed, which is good. They start strong on day 1 though, so we'll temper our expectations there and see what they can continue to do into day 2. That's what we're looking for. So are they going to be able to keep up those 8-point averages, or are they going to start to slip the way of week 1 and week 2? DA down in 13th place. We've spoken about their hot drops. We don't like it. We think they might look to adjust that in the next matches, but we'll have to wait for the next one for that. This time around, though, they haven't had the greatest of results so far. Will the second half of today be kinder to them? We'll have to wait and see. We'll be back with another Erangel.
NIGMA Galaxy, very controversial team.
Money makers.
Bro, for me, they'll be here, bro, they'll be here.
They play pretty good, but like they choke always the final.
Hello, I'm Coops.
Hello, I'm Lufa, and we're going to do power rankings.
Hello, it's Noix from 3D Max, and I'm with Robs today for our power ranking.
Hello everyone, I'm Icy.
Hello everyone, I'm KAOS77.
And today we invite you to watch our power rankings for PMSL EMEA.
How about digital athletics? See this? See this?
Money makers.
Best team.
Yep,
Easy.
I think Top Guns for sure.
Moneymaker is a team that can be all the way on top or all the way down.
Navi. Navi.
Navi.
It's full Kazakhstan team.
Yeah, but they have Becca now.
Yeah, they have Beka.
No space dark horses.
Bro,
Let's put them.
Dark horses as well. I don't know, sometimes they're good, sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe not. Oh my
Good force.
Put them on the bottom. No, put them right inside.
S2G.
Our main rival.
Yeah, Revival.
S2G actually, it's the best team of Turkey if we talk about result.
Yeah.
So for me, it's gonna be equal with FLUX.
I put them as Top Guns because
Yeah.
their history is pretty good.
I don't know if it's this or this.
I think this is OXR.
Bro, this is dark horse, bro.
Put them as new challengers.
3D Max, they're very good team.
Yeah, I'll put them Top Guns as well.
Yep.
I mean, we have good gun skill.
Yeah.
But
I think I will put here, you know. I have NIGMA Galaxy. I don't know, they have a new player, so I don't know really how they play.
they have Freak too.
Yeah, too. So I will put they in maybe Dark Horse.
I really don't know where to put them.
Dark horses maybe.
It's full already, bro.
No need to choose this, but we're gonna put it here. These are power rankings.
I think we have good ranking.
This is our power rating for PMSL EMEA.
Yeah.
Thank you for
I would
watching.
like to invite you guys to come watch us tomorrow
And support
and
us.
support. And thank you all.
See you, peace out.
See you.
3 matches down, 3 more to go today. We've got the last of the Erringils up for you next at the PMSL EMEA as we continue with Week 3's proceedings. It has started off well for IWNRX, right towards the top of those tables. They've been very, very consistent, getting those points locked down, and a lot of those teams that we'd said we wanted to see be strong and consistent are starting to do so in today's matches, which is great to see.
It is really, really good to see. I think it's the teams that we expected to do well towards the start of the tournament. We're starting to pump a little bit, right? S2G being one of them. IWNRX took a short break last week, you know. I mean, they're still very high in the overalls right now, so that's quite fun. So I think for these teams, it's nice to see them actually performing again. And the tables looking more reasonable as opposed to last week, which was a bit of a funky week, let's be honest.
Yeah, it got a little bit frisky in the middle of week 2. It was an interesting turn of events, but the one consistent factor, I think it's safe to say, was team spirit, right? And the fact that they are still towards the top of the tables, winning out week 2, coming second in week 1. They've got a lot of a points gap now because of that week 2 inconsistency. They are looking good to qualify, potentially in top spot for those finals at the end of this week. And if today's games are anything to go by, they are not taking that challenge lightly. They will continue to pursue that goal.
Yeah, and I think they absolutely need to pump some numbers like Team Spirit currently are. Effect is doing really well today for the team. Nomi, 288, and Naomi at 342. So this is sort of the expected lineup for Team Spirit. Kitsune's still putting up numbers.
Yeah.
But again, I think it's nice to see Effect starting to take the reins a little bit more, because it was a lot about Nomi in the past, which is sort of funny. When they were on Major Pride, right, Nomi was that add-on addition to the team. Not add-on. Addition to the team there. And he was doing okay, but he was making plenty of mistakes in the process. Effect has always been like the guy in Europe, back in PMPL EU. Where everyone's like, that is the MVP candidate all the time. But Nomi improved at an alarming rate. So again, although Nomi was topping it a couple of weeks ago, even last week, still got to remember that Effect is still top dog veteran-wise in the scene.
Yeah, absolutely. There is so much power in that Team Spirit roster. It is great to see. There is a reason they're thought of as the super team. And if you like them, if you like anyone else, if you like anything about the PMSL EMEA, you can let us know. You can have an impact on the future of the PMSL by filling in our survey in the chat. Make sure you're checking that out to give your opinion about anything about the tournament. We want to hear it. We want to get your feedback so that we can continue to work towards a better experience for everyone. I think that's safe to say. So let us know your thoughts over there. But yeah, absolutely. I was surprised to see Kitsune on 2 average eliminations, the second highest behind Effect in that lineup as well, because something we have criticized him for, and I think rightly, is underperforming. Oh, a little bit of yeah. Just over here.
Me.
A bit of chocolate pud. Oh. No, I wanted that. I was ready.
What?
I was ready
What's
for
going on
it.
here?
Oh, well, it's not quite as good as our official sponsor here at the PMSL EMEA, of course, Monster Energy, unleashing the beast. And you can find out all about that at monsterenergy.com/gaming. And I'm sure they're a little bit more generous with their goodies than FLUX was just then.
My guy just got like chocolate spread just hidden underneath the desk. Like all day.
Sure, why not?
That's so unfair. I might have to break out the biscuit.
Under the lights, though, it might get a bit melty in a bit.
That's the best.
Really?
I don't want.
You want a middle ground, right? No. I don't want it. I don't want it ganache.
Okay, I was about to ask if you were putting it in the fridge.
I don't want to consume ganache over here. Like that's not the right way to go. But
right,
you do want it soft. You don't want it.
Maybe that's why it's underneath the desk.
In the middle. Maybe it's by the fan. Maybe they're keeping it near the fans so that they can.
They've got an extra chocolate spread fan.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Making sandwiches in the breaks.
Awesome. Everyone's having a little bit of a cool down right now because this is usually the time when we play our TDMs, in which case the players get themselves a nice little break. So what you're experiencing right now is that break. But we had to come back because we have to play games at some point.
Oh, yeah. Had to keep it going. Oh, dear.
That guy's angry.
IWNR is like, why are we performing so well? This isn't what we're supposed to do. Oh, He's just playing with us. I think he's happy, really. Look at that on the end. Giving us the old brow tease. Zedwolf just locked in, just constantly.
The resting angry face.
Seems like that.
He looks happy-ish.
Oh, Team Spirit.
Oh, they tried. They tried.
There's Nomi.
I like his headband.
You think? It's got.
He thinks he's some kind of professional footballer.
I was going to say it gives 2004 David Beckham. You know.
Yeah, I think he's trying to bring it back. You know how like they're bringing back what's it called, crew socks, and they got rid of headbands were out, and for crew socks it was a case of ankle socks were in, and now ankle socks are out, crew socks are back. I think headbands are the next big thing.
Invest in headbands. You heard it here first. That's the word on the street. I mean, Nomi is leading the charge.
I think if I say it, it's not cool anymore.
Yeah, I feel like.
I think it's just all the millennials are wearing ankle socks. They were all like, "That's not cool."
Yeah, that's true. We
got to bring back the crew.
We do ruin fashion.
We got to be
now.
different.
We're the generation that ruins fashion now. Isn't that weird?
I know. I'm gonna start not wearing scarves ever and make scarves cool.
Interesting approach.
Yeah, I'm gonna be like, I hate scarves so much, and I'm a millennial.
By that logic, you could claim every single fashion trend is you're doing, as long as you're not partaking.
Yeah, which is awesome, right?
Yeah, it's true. I mean, like, that's actually really clever, and I hadn't thought of that before, but I might start doing that as well.
Absolutely, it's the way to be.
That's huge, mate. Oh man.
Yeah, getting into the game very shortly. Here's Twisted Minds figuring out where they're going to drop on DA next.
I mean, it is another Erangel, right? So are DA going to move from their drop spot? Are they going to finally get a game where they start off without losing players? We'll have to wait and see.
Who knows? He's like, wait, I actually need to get into the game. Whoa, I'm not ready.
Put the spread away.
Oh, that's a rehost face.
Oh, that is a rehost face.
Yeah, it's a rehost face.
Ooh. Or maybe they're just jumping the gun.
Maybe. Chocolate spread's gone.
Yeah, where have you put that, huh? You sneaky devils. Okay, it's not a rehost. We are still all guns blazing to getting into this lobby as soon as we can.
I saw panic. I was worried.
That is true. There's effect. Oh, dear.
Oh, he's having a bad day.
He's just realised he's got no chocolate spread left.
He's got no chocolate spread.
Oh, dear. He's having a terrible time. Oh,
He's
wow.
one-handing the water bottle.
That's what you got to do,
Those fingers are dexterous.
That's what you got to do. Power. Able to do a lot from Ruins in that last match. They had a pretty good run of it. A couple of people trying to spoil their day, but they weren't going to let that happen. They were able to claim the victory amongst the ruins, the rubble, and they rose to the surface. A little bit dusty, but flush with points. That's what matters at the end of the day.
Yeah. As long as you've got points coming out of it, you're fine.
I'm still wondering what happened to to Team Spirit with those nades. I don't think we did get a replay of that in the end. They went down to a little bit of conflict in their south side, with IWNRX being denied the points by some nades, blasting them away.
Yeah, I would be very curious. I'd be very, very curious. Just because it happened all after it concluded and as IWNRX came in. So all I can think of is that they naded themselves on purpose. But I'd like to see if it was a mistake. Because otherwise there's no way that Kitsune and Nomi both die in the same instant without IWNRX getting any points off them. Right?
Well, it shall remain a mystery until we go back over and watch it later on. But for now, we are getting into the last Erangel of day 1 of week 3. S2G in high spirits, going into the plane for our flyover from Mill to Power. Another south plane path here. It goes Mill to Power down towards Primorsk. Teams are going to have to try and stand out with the INFINIX GT20 Pro, the official smartphone here, PMSL EMEA, if they want to get away from this plane path. We didn't see too many early hot drops. We did see some vehicles getting, I would say, dispatched. No, sabotaged is the right word as well on their way up north.
South plane path here, awkward Very awkward here for teams. It's been awkward games all day on our angle. As we see the players hopping out the plane right now and getting into their match. Getting it underway. Zedwolf currently leading the charge in terms of damage, 1,700, but Swain's not far behind. 1,658, so pretty equal footing there. Aurum.
Yeah, teams are going neck and neck still for a breakout. But right now, the teams towards the top are just staying together. Have to have someone to break the headwind and try and move that position out front. Denied that joy just yet. We'll see if anyone goes down to Millie Island. It's like actually only 2 teams are going to go there. So teams very much investing on this Northern Shore, which adds 2 teams into the mix and are not quite as Northern Circle as last time, but not a military island circle means that they're likely going to stay there. So with the extra 2 teams, does that imply we're going to see more hot drops? I mean, DA potentially hot dropping with Gladiators out on that western edge, Twisted Minds leaving them to their own devices this time around, it seems. Scarface already grabbed a vehicle. Not too much going on, but Power might have a bit of hot drop position with NIGMA Galaxy over towards Pachinki. Seems like both of them have grabbed a vehicle and hopped on their way.
Yeah, as fast as possible, getting in towards that position of the map. S2G heading quickly up towards Yasnaya. A fairly simple game for themselves. Burst Pro and Lepovka as well. So a nice, calm game for a lot of teams getting into position-wise. Thought it would be a lot more hectic with that playing path, but obviously not. As most teams are pretty pleased where they're able to get to. S2G, though, been having a good day today, John. I think generally their rotations are fairly sound. And you know what? It's hard to identify any real hard problems with this team because we don't often see them in their engagements, and most of the time I'm not actually looking at S2G in terms of mistakes, because whenever I am watching S2G I'm like, oh, it's making pretty smart rotations there. So I'm not quite sure exactly what the issue is with S2G, or what's making it so they're unlikely to get towards the top side of the table, because they are just a team that I am comfortably happy with in terms of performance. So I've not been really trying to dig too much into them, but it is still confusing to me why, with the fact that I'm like, they're fine, they're doing great, just leave them to it, they're not in first, second or third place often. I mean, today, second place, happily done, only 10 points behind first place. You can see why they're making some really smart moves. But where are the bad moves, John? That's what I want to know.
It's often very difficult to identify when you get to that certain plateau, and that's where you need to start to identify things that aren't working for you. But if you're winning, if you're doing decently, as you say, after 3 matches, if you're at 36 points on a 12-point per match average, what do you analyze there? I mean, it's not super easy to uncover those relics of misplay that aren't really actually being exploited by anybody else. It's always pretty tough to see. But they have shown weakness in week 2 specifically. That was their downturn, and hopefully they will keep their heads high moving into this week. Same story for RCB, although we know they have that day 1 outburst into a waning power level. IWNRX, though, feels like either a good week or a bad week for them, and this week seems to start strong with over 15 points per match earned. They have really come out swinging, but another game, and they've yet to have a bad game, right? Which is a really big factor, right? Where are their bad games going to be? Are they going to be up at 7 points, or are they going to be on 0 per game? Because that is the real difference maker when it comes to teams at the top of the table, is having that floor of point scoring so high that it doesn't matter that you have not as good games, because you're still earning, you're still progressing against the rest of the lobby. That's what we've praised Team Spirit for, right? They are famously only that 1 0-point game, and doing so very effectively.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that is a difficulty, and it's something that you can identify really quickly whether a team is going to be good or bad in international tournaments or even heading through to finals. We hate a streaky team. I'd much rather see a team within the PUBG Mobile scene get third, fourth, fifth place, the majority of their tournaments, your earnings will more than likely be higher. You know, just fundamentally getting to more tournaments means more money. And from there, you also have a chance that if you're just playing like that every single time, sometimes you get the circle, sometimes you get the shifts, and suddenly you're a first place team. You win a tournament. So I don't know. I don't again for that same reason, and piggybacking off your point, John. It's why I'm not the biggest of fans of the moneymakers, because it feels like there's some very niche conditions that are required to be fulfilled before moneymakers pop off. And I just don't think those niche conditions happen all the time. Where, first of all, you need a team to get... You need a really dysfunctional circle for a lot of squads.
Yeah.
Secondly, you need a big old fight to pop off on an edge of the circle, and then you need moneymakers to be nearby to that fight and capitalize off it quickly. They do that, momentum carries them through, and they win the game no problem. It's why they've got 8 chicken dinners total so far in this tournament. It's just odd. It's just odd. And I don't like that. I don't like that type of gameplay. I think there's much better things you can be doing rather than trying to capitalize off those sorts of plays. It should be in your wheelhouse, but it shouldn't be the main wheel.
Oh dear. Heroic have been creeping forwards, eking their way across this bridge. And BEŞİKTAŞ are patiently lying in wait, wanting them to overextend. Because at the moment, if they engage, Heroic can start to fortify. They can start to navigate this one nice and effectively. But they want this crossfire to come through. Lewis might be spotted here. Yeah, he's forced to peek out. And that is a huge spray onto Zachariah, immediately pulling him out of the vehicle. And what do? Volt now next up on the menu to try and add some points to the tally for BEŞİKTAŞ. But instead, they're just going to fall back. They're happy with the point. They've already slowed Heroic down. And Heroic, I mean, I felt like in week 1, maybe they had something going for them. Goodness me, Lewis. Able to hit that shot. That was right on the corner there. I feel like Heroic had something going for them, and then they just lost everything that they had. And it's a shadow. It's a shadow of the team that could have been, I think. But they are certainly not up to the standards of this lobby right now. They have had a real tough time of it.
Yeah, I think when you're looking at Heroic, their play has been pretty catastrophically bad in the past. Even in terms of just simple pushes, simple plays. Even that one over today, Docker Machine 1v4ing them. It should never happen. You know, if you're versus one player and you're rocking up towards that position, no matter what happens at this level of play, it should be a case of the max that occurs is that 3 of players go down and the last player is able to pick them up. 1v4s don't come around very often. They almost never happen in the PMGC because players are that good. They don't allow that type of thing to happen. And it's happened frequently. I think even versus Power, or was it the Easy and Ferdinand Crossfire, all 4 players of Heroic went down to entering a room. Like, these types of plays don't belong in a Super League. So, for Heroic, I think it's warranted and justified they're on 5 points right now.
Yeah, surprisingly, on the overalls, they are not in the bottom 4 right now. They are being tided over a little bit by their week 1 on 132 points, and they are ahead of Twisted Minds, or they were at the start of today, by quite a way. And their teams behind them very, very far behind. I think, obviously, the biggest underperformer this tournament is Na'Vi. It's certainly against expectations, but they're in 7th place now. They got 18 points. I feel like we've seen a little bit more from them this week than we've seen all tournament long. They haven't broken the 3-digit barrier on any of their weeks. That's the only team to not have achieved 100 points in a week so far, which is quite unfortunate given the caliber, given the history, given the over the time that we've seen these players, the strength of these players, but it's just not being shown here. Maybe today is going to make that difference.
I think for Na'Vi, it's a weird one, right? Because, like you say, there's pedigree on that team, but they're not. It's not the most terrible rotations in the world. It's not the most terrible gunfights in the world from them. But what they are is just simply underwhelming in terms of a team. And that's what's put them down towards the bottom of the tables. Everything they've done within this tournament has been fairly underwhelming. Onyx Ravens up against Heroic here. Vigors will get knocked down.
This is still on the military island, by the way, Blank. Heroic obviously fell back off the bridge, and the Onyx Ravens swept across from the west side of it. But losing Vigors, really not ideal in this scenario, obviously with the blue zone ticking away. It's stage 2, so it's survivable, but not ideal. You want to be moving out of this blue zone with all 4 players alive, and they've been denied that opportunity. Hassan, yet to get res. You're just not getting Hassan back up here, I don't think. Unless the Onyx Ravens just fully leave, but okay, I guess. That might allow them to get Hassan back up, but the blue zone and the bleed out ticking away pretty heftily. Heroic are going to reposition around it and actually maybe make their way out to him.
Onyx Ravens. Taking shots backwards, but Heroic sort of left behind now in the dust. You can see on the map, most teams already making their way back up towards that center side of the circle. Team Spirit already there. Naomi scouting backwards over towards DA on that southwest side. Again, BEŞİKTAŞ and DA, I would say, in a very similar spot in terms of teams. I think they have some great late game prowess. This is a weird fight, man. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, I don't like it either. It's
just
not
time to leave.
It's not productive for anybody at this stage. I think, yeah, Onyx Ravens, as soon as Heroic went back up towards the hill, you just go across the bridge, right? And although, to be fair, you don't know if there's someone camping the other side of the bridge. You don't, obviously we know that there isn't currently, but you imagine, why is Heroic still here? Oh, there might be a bridge camp.
Yeah, Heroic finally down, in which case Onyx Ravens can leave, but this is deep, the start of stage 3, right? We're deep into the game now, and it's going to start to hurt a little bit. They've got a long, long way to go as well. This is not the easiest of runs for them, down towards the south side. Circle is towards this interesting part of the zone where you do get the paths all branching out from the roadside just to the western edge of shelter. Some high ground towards the center here, but a lot of teams more concerned about being able to cross these roads up towards that northeast later on. The farm, obviously, a very open space. The compounds there aren't always the greatest, at least until the circle shifts all the way down there, in which case you'll take any kind of cover, right?
Yeah, you'll take what you can get on that front. It's pretty tricky. I'm looking at the middle of the circle right now, and I'm looking at Team Spirit's position, which is, I think, undoubtedly the strongest currently, but with circle and team pressure moving in from the outside, likely can't hold the 2-2 split for the circle after this one. So they'll have to choose either to play the compound by the road or to play the top of the hill where Kitsune and Naomi sit down to the south of the compound on the roadside. But they are pretty central. BEŞİKTAŞ kind of sharing that peak with them a little bit out to the east side of that. On the north edge, the approach is going to be pretty fraught, I imagine. Both FLUX and RCB going to come into contact, as well as the outpost position for 3 of NIGMA Galaxy. Lufa, I believe, is still on that backstop.
Your Soul is here taking some shots, but Kiss just takes a round. I mean, to be fair to you, it's a lone smoke in the middle of nowhere. You just take a spray into it and see what you can get. Either way, it's a long shot from him with the AUG. It's a nice shot, to say the least. And RCB is going to try and capitalize off the back of that. Some shots over the wall. This feels like a more aggressive RCB.
Loxy goes down as Silas now has to play the wall. He's trying to suppress the line. In comes Wild for some backup here, but Sol K tries to trade. Won't go well. In the meantime, the backline player for FLUX has gone down. They can res up onto Loxy, and these 2 flushes are going over. This next circle shifts, and look at that. Team Spirit do regroup up to their compound. They can play on that position, overlooking the dips out to the east side of it. But in the meantime, the north still continues to be so dangerous. That was a third-party angle, I believe, to take another player down from RCB. And Coops has to fold back in with the rest of NIGMA Galaxy, but he's already slowed things down on the north.
Coops moving back off, but like you say, he has slowed things down a lot. It's going to be useful for the team. Getting further into the circle here. Still split up with Ralph and Lufa holding down the line on Potato Hill. The circle shifting ever closer towards that roadside. It's a weird ending, to be honest with you, John. It's difficult to really pinpoint the key position on the map here. I think Gladiators have a nice spot over towards the dip. Play off the back of that one, but as we all know, and if you've ever played there, very easily nadeable if you don't keep teams around you at bay.
Yeah. It's pretty tricky. There's an approach as well from that east side that either FLUX KAOS or Twisted Minds could make. I think the other two key locations in this one are going to be Team Spirit's compound out on the western side of the center here, and the hilltop currently being postured around by BEŞİKTAŞ and Virtus Pro on that south edge. NIGMA Galaxy still locking horns with RCB. Actually, a quick drive-by here to try and take down NIGMA Galaxy. Seems to be going well, but Lord spots Kiss on the off angle there, takes him down. That's going to be a difficult knock to get back up for Regman Kayabra Esports. Wild hits the deck just in time, but there's still damage tagged onto him. Controlling these off angles, the nade takes them low. Ralph and Lufa here, but Silas should be able to get something done. That nade looks good. Doesn't quite find it, but there's the shots and there's the spray. Silas taking down that forward position again. Lord keeps the suppression up, but RCB got to keep on fighting, keep on trucking through this, and Kiss crawls back for a res.
Wild. Looking over the top side here. Not able to quite spot out. Team Spirit head on up towards that compound that sits just on the south side of the road. Yeah, a lot of edge play at the moment for these teams. It's not ideal being towards the center of this circle. Very visible from a lot of spots. Going to play out on these outer edges where the ridge sides give you a tiny bit of cover. Play around. Ketch waiting. Majority of his team was removed by RCB earlier on. He could be a pain for him. NIGMA Galaxy initiate this fight. That nade's not bad, actually. Directly onto Loxy.
From Coops, NIGMA Galaxy want to keep this fight going. Certainly cooking the nades up for it. It's a party now. Nades continue to fly on over, but unfortunately not quite as accurate as that first one. They think the repositions there hasn't quite come on through. Circle shifts down south, and this puts the hilltop as a really valuable position. Goodness me. Thought that was going to take Loxy with it. So Virtus Pro, BEŞİKTAŞ, and Na'Vi on the south side, all going to have to fend off from one another around that hilltop. A difficult bit of terrain to navigate. Team Spirit cut out a little bit, but they are still in with their buildings on the northwest side.
Yeah, it's actually a really interesting position here because for Na'Vi, as well as Onyx Ravens, they actually have a big task ahead of them, which is to prevent teams from getting behind them on the outside of the circle there and squeezing up behind towards BEŞİKTAŞ, because that is a really strong spot. As soon as they get rid of everyone towards that location, they can start taking control of that location on the high ground. But BEŞİKTAŞ, I imagine, would like to remove Onyx Ravens from this spot sooner rather than later. S2G, footballist. Nice shots from Razy, though.
Pops up and over. Calci, though, might not be so lucky. He's got Rookie bearing down upon him. Razy moving in to try and get this assistance here, but Gladiator is taking shots from the dip. They've moved Frozen out north as well to suppress this angle, this compound. A major vulnerability of the dip, but it's outside of the circle here. Gladiator's repositioning out east. Look at that. Frozen moves up. They move out Matic as well, further out to the east to slow down Twisted Minds, to control this compound. They just want every single off angle they can get onto this fight. Twisted Minds suppression, a bonus on this maneuver for the Gladiators. They can't overextend. They do fall back in, but they've gathered information and they've slowed this fight down as well.
Easy. Flawless. Sending nades out the backside. I think it's just Razy remaining now with 2 eliminations. Some shots going over towards RCB from Team Spirit. Nomi confirming the flush over towards them. That's very far on the northern edge. They're clearing space right now. NIGMA Galaxy even getting involved.
Oh dear. Damn it. Spot's Frozen, but Twisted Mind's still being pressured out. Frozen was pretty split from the rest of them, though. You can see him knocked on the minimap. Razy 1v2. In this close position against FLUX KAOS, who have hopped out, grabbed a vehicle, trying to reposition it. Going for a pre-fire there. Just slowing Razy down, but he pops the first aid and they disengage. Where do FUT KAOS go, though? Razy into a vehicle as well. He's going to try and get up towards the hill, but he spotted the 2 players ahead of him. Wants to slow things down. Frozen goes down here. As Twisted Minds crash straight on as well. I thought this was the same team, but no. It's going to be Twisted Minds just wiping FUT KAOS out. Is there an off angle? Looks like Razy from the side is going to try and take some shots. Gladiators as well from their dip, but they've allowed a team to get into nade range. Fortunately, damage has been done. In the meantime, in comes Razy as well, moving closer now. Wants to get into nade range himself of Twisted Minds.
I mean, I think Twisted Minds understand this just as much as the next guy. Nice rollover from Team Spirit onto DA. That was brutal. They have taken quite a bit of damage, though. Meku, nice. Well done. Over towards Twisted Minds. As a first aid kit, the rest of the team holding them out, and this is the prime thing to do if you are Gladiators. You just got to keep teams at bay off in the distance. They've got 2 knocks here, so I like the fact that Gladiators potentially looking to get further into the circle, explode the vehicles. That is smart.
Slow down anything from happening. You see those buggies very, very low. The reses are coming in. Matic wants to capitalize on low HP players. He's drawing shots out. There's the nades. There's the shots. And that is a Gladiators clear out on the northern edge. Only 3 players alive. They have lost 1, but they do have a shot here to make it a good one. Team Spirit, in the meantime, they're taking a knock over towards Naomi. Replay here for Razy on the compound, taking 1 down around the side. This little hop up. Doka Machine goes down as well. This is what led FUT KAOS to make that desperate push towards the Gladiators' position, towards Twisted Minds as well.
BEŞİKTAŞ on our screens. They're down towards that south side. Circle moving up towards the north is a little bit awkward, but I think right now Team Spirit on their minds is just to try and clear out as much as possible on this south side. So they're going to get ahead of the game here. Virtus Pro, Na'Vi, both taking fights at one another, but Na'Vi currently on the worst end of things.
I've got a knock.
Such a strange place in the circle to be playing in.
Furia rolls on in and the buggy claims another victim. 6 wants to dodge it, will be able to do so, but Furia still rolling past. Not going to be able to get the answering knock. Corker is down, but it is just 6 remaining now. Furia hops out, pulls the nade, looks for the spray. In the meantime, Virtus Pro, they have taken just that knock, and nade looks pretty good. And that's 8 elims for Team Spirit before they get eliminated, so a decent result again for the team. As the top of the table's looking a bit threadbare now, BEŞİKTAŞ with the chance to leapfrog on up quite effectively.
Yeah, I mean, that fight was curious in the sense that I think Team Spirit tried to third party onto engagement between BEŞİKTAŞ and Power. By the time we got there, Power just basically all turned round, and Al Hadji with the MG3 got an incredible spray over towards them. Virtus Pro have manhandled this side of the match quite well. And start to look towards that north side. NIGMA Galaxy up for a top 4. Not terrible, by any stretch of the word. I don't think they've got too many eliminations, though. Only 4 for this game.
Matic is dancing about right now, trying to stay safe from those shots, but just such a difficult bit of terrain to navigate on that front.
Throw the pan out the shack.
Either that or some bandages, I'm not entirely sure. Poser, though, wants to slow the roll up from Virtus Pro. Not effective for getting the first knock. A bit of damage on the Milky Way. Launches a nade forwards. The vehicle up in smoke. Corker there, and there's the roll down again from Furia. The buggy is a major weapon now in this tournament. It's been pretty incredible to see how teams have started to utilize that more. I feel like it was really pioneered by Kitsune back in the day. For the Gladiators, he was a terror in that thing. And I think a lot of teams have taken that into their playbook and using it effectively now.
So funny. The second time he does it, gets away with it. Carly Molotovs himself off the tree.
Oh dear.
That is a yikes moment for us all one.
Maybe it's just really big brain and they don't expect him to rotate out wide. Either way, it's not gone well. Virtus Pro, with all 4 of their players alive, potential to res Corker. He is bleeding out, but the circle has a couple of seconds before it needs to go through. Kakali with a long nade. That looks like it might be able to find something. I don't think it is. I can get the res. Corker back up to 4.
Yeah, they crawled that way to get away from nade range. I think that's smart, right? Give up the fight, even though you know there's still players alive. Just to get the safe res onto the 4th player. You need a lot of angles on this final zone. You can see it's pretty barren and open. So having more players alive means higher chance of success here. Malai just capturing a ride on the back, sort of surfing Furia there. Don't do it again. Do not do it again.
He saw his own teammate and had to go for it as well just then. Did you see that? Milky Way isn't an enemy. Come on. Save it for them. Either way. Just keeps on going. And I mean, it is absolutely a very important aspect because not only are you hoping to do damage with the buggy, you're also causing a distraction, right? You're forcing them to address you, which means stepping up, stepping out of cover, moving quickly, so therefore most likely standing up and allowing yourself to be exposed to the rest of the team's gunfire. It's a really, really impactful strategy that we've seen pay off numerous times now over the last few weeks.
Inferior goes. Milky Way will get taken down.
There it is.
He literally touched him with the front of the bonnet. It took him down. Dospic gets sent away into the open arms of Gladiators, who finally decide to make their move towards the center of the circle. Exploding the vehicle means that there's no real escape here now for Tospic. Should be a decent nade towards behind the tree. No matter what happens here, but Virtus.pro looking for themselves a chicken dinner on the day.
Up to 4 now. And Virtus.pro want the challenge, but it's not going to go their way. Unfortunately, Coops is still here. Oh dear, for NIGMA Galaxy. Looking to put some points up now. It's Furia and Milky Way to remain for Virtus.pro. I don't think you get Corker back up. He's been knocked a couple of times before. Not going to have the best of times. Gladiators now in control of this circle with Coops that wild card. 4 eliminations for the Gladiators, so relatively quiet, but they're up to top 3 now. Furia repositioning wide. Resupply off the crate. A couple of extra bits of utility to aid in his toolkit. AZ spots Coops. And now just 2 players from Virtus.pro remain.
So you got 2v3 going on here. And the best thing that Corker can do is just provide that information back on positions where players were. Way take some pot shots, but nothing more than that.
Knows AZ's there, but I think AZ knows his position as well. The read has come through. Matic on the off angle, playing in that smoke, waiting till late to move in. Give them that extra little bit of reach on their off angles. Furia goes down first. Milky Way back to the blue, needs to move in. The Gladiators have full control of this. He needs to crest the ridgeline in front of them. There's nowhere to do it where they won't be able to see what he's going for. Would require something pretty special. Here's moving in, and I think with the tree cover could get the res, but I'm not too sure where he's taken his teammate here. Okay, yeah, to the plateau. That makes sense. You've still got terrain cover there. Bit safer.
Saving Private Furia, apparently. Nade goes up, and they dodge the nade again. So, yeah, this is the strength of it. Spots out Matic. They had no idea he was here.
Ooh.
There's a nade over the top. But Furia is still alive, importantly. He gets himself back up to HP. Gets some shots over towards Meku, but it's a nice shot from Matic to finish off the game there with Gladiators taking their first win in a while, honestly.
It has been a long time coming. I mean, the Gladiators, lackluster. Another team that we expected a little bit more from, and so far has underperformed over the last 2 weeks. But last week was an improvement over the first, and potentially with that game, they're looking to continue that trend and keep their upward trajectory going into the late stages. I mean, we always did say the Gladiators were a late tournament team, right? And they have taken quite a while to get going. So I feel like maybe shouldn't be praising that, but they were able to control that really nice and effectively. Their control from dip was admirable. They stopped anyone from getting into nade range. They stopped that compound fight from developing into a crash onto their position, and then they transferred south nice and effectively. They were the first team to take initiative in the center of the circle, and it's paid off here.
Yeah, they took a nice spot in the dip, right? And I think, like you said, it wasn't a case of just they sat in there all game. I think they made some pretty good plays. Virtus.pro as well. Honestly, their control over towards that high ground was fairly nice. And I think if the circle moved further down towards south on their side, they might have a better time of it. But eventually it gets to a point there where you are forced into the sightlines of the Gladiators. I think it does require some experience in the game to be able to identify that position of the map and understand what you need to do there. So for Gladiators, they found the very few bits of cover that was necessary to sort of win that game out. So that was nicely done from them. Team Spirit, again, 10 points on that game. So slowly just working up those tables for themselves. NIGMA Galaxy with 10 points of their own, mainly through Coops just living.
True. I mean, if it works, right? But definitely still need to be putting a little bit more into the hat. I think it's a good result for them, but I think you're right. It is just off the back of that fluky one player surviving for quite a while, maybe getting a couple of extra limbs that you can't base an entire tournament off. It's a shaky foundation to create your pyramid on, if you like.
Thank you. Good callback. Looking towards the tables, I wish I watched what happened to S2G. I was asking what is their big weakness. We could have seen it this game. I was just not paying attention. INFINIX similarly though, 1 point. Just
S2G went down in the compound fight, right, with FUT KAOS.
Yeah.
Over on the north side that was controlled by Gladiators.
That's the one. They have some poor fights sometimes. I've analysed it. That must be the answer.
They had a bad fight. I think they were quite split for quite a while and got victimized for that. Let's take a look at our overalls. They are still in second place, winning out the tiebreaker with that chicken dinner that they were able to get earlier over Team Spirit, of course, on that 38-point tiebreaker. But if Team Spirit keep up the pace, I mean, it's going to be so hard to keep up with them. However, INFINIX still out in front with almost an 11-point average per match.
Yeah.
Just that 1 point shy of being able to achieve that. But they're still over the 10-point mark for their averages, and it's really strong stuff. Gladiators up into 6th off the back of that game.
The 2 point average per game placement point for Team Spirit is a bit frightening, I'm not going to lie, alongside with the almost 30 eliminations that they've got so far. So they really are pulling the IHC approach today. Then towards our second page here, NIGMA Galaxy 11th place. Footballist KAOS up towards 24 points. But it's Na'Vi that's most surprising at 21. I think you mentioned that earlier.
Yeah, racking up to 5 points average, a little bit over that, in fact, 5.25 points average per match they've been able to get, which is an improvement, right? They are currently on our overalls, I believe, still dead last. They were on 166 at the bottom in 20th place overall. Added up for both weeks, that is. And Team Falcons were ahead of them on 190. Team Falcons not playing today. That will be their target to try and reach on up. But they were 24 points behind. So, wait, have they just drawn average? Or do they have 20? No, they had 21 points,
21
right? So they're
points.
still 3 points shy
away.
of that mark.
Yeah, so a little bit more to be done here. But yeah, we're going to head to a quick break and we will watch some power rankings coming through from S2G.
Sığmaz ya şöyle tutayım. Hiç sprayı da.
New challengers.
Herkese merhabalar, ben Sucan Amsen.
Şimdi Namsi ile birlikte takımlara saracağız PMSL'deki.
Herkese merhaba arkadaşlar. Bugün hepinizle beraber takım değerlendirmesi yapıyoruz.
Anlaşın.
Bu takımı ikiye koyuyorum ben. Oynayışlarını beğeniyorum çünkü.
Ben de nereye ikisi ikiye koymak istiyorum. Şampiyon olabilirler ama yine de ikiye koyacağım.
Team Spirit, yani bence Top Guns.
Bence de Top Guns. Agresif bir takım, iyi bir takım. Top Guns hak ediyor. Next ya, bence Top Guns bir takım. Bence 3D Max güçlü bir kadroya sahip. Benim tercihim Rising Stars'tan yana.
Benim tercihim de Dark Horses'tan yana. O yüzden ortaya koy. Falcons, Arap Team. New Challengers.
NIGMA Galaxy, ben Rising Stars koyacağım. Yani oralar bence.
NIGMA Galaxy.
Top Guns bence de.
Power. Yine bir Arap takımıyla karşı karşıyayız. Ama burada bazı iyi oyuncular var. Al-Hace vardı galiba.
Dark Horses diyorum.
Dark Horses ya da Rising.
Araplar kötü gider, sonradan açılır. Twisted Minds yine bir MEA bölgesinden bir takım. New Challengers. New Challengers'a koydum derken bizim öyle de tamamlar.
Biz geldik. Yani tabii ki de Top Guns.
SOG iyi bir takım.
Bence Dark Horses. Yani böyle aslında şeye göre hesaplamıyor. Mesela buradakiler iyi takım aslında. Ama sonradan açılıyorlar, anladın mı?
Sonradan açılır mı diyorsun?
Yani sonradan açılabilir. Çünkü mesela bir maçı iyi geçtim onların, diğer maçta iyi geçiyor.
O zaman
bir maç kötü geçerse diğer maçta
Dark Horses muydu?
Dark Horses.
Dragon Karya'yı direkt ikinci sıraya koymak istiyorum.
Sıra bende abi. Navi. Ne düşünüyorsun? Ben emin olum. Top Guns mı Rising Stars mı? Emin olamadım.
Rising Stars ya çünkü hep aynı performansla oynuyorlar yani.
Ben de öyle düşünüyorum. Rising Stars'a koydum.
Beşiktaş. Milli Mücadele'nin koyacağım yani ya galiba.
Virtus.pro'yu da buraya koymam lazım ama yer yok. Sığmaz ya, şöyle tutayım Virtus.pro'yu da.
Navi. Navi ben de Rising Star'a.
Beşiktaş.
Bence onlar parlayacak abi. Rising Stars. Rising Stars parlayan yıldız anlamına geliyor. Bence çoğu takım bilmiyor. Ama bence iyi bir takım. Bütün Arap takımlarını aşağı koyduk ya.
Öyle ama.
İzlediğiniz için teşekkür ederiz. Turnuvada bizi desteklemeyi unutmayın. Sizleri seviyoruz. Bay bay.
Sağlıcakla kalın. Görüşmek üzere.
Welcome back. Oh, we're coming back to us. Okay, fair enough. Oh, no, that's not us. That was Sandstorm. I saw him. Why is he wearing shades inside? Are the lights really that bright? We'll have to wait and get word from him. But no, we are going to be jumping in to the English language broadcast here. PUBG Mobile Super League, EMEA. Of course, we've had all of our doses of Erangel Blank. I think we're going to be shuffling over to Miramar next. So we're going over to the desert. Get ready for sand. Storm. That is the reason you wear them.
Yeah, but he is inside. So
you don't know that.
Maybe he's outside. Maybe he's doing an outside stream.
Perhaps. Oh well. He might have bamboozled us a little bit there. I'm sure he's all right. He'll be okay.
Oh, he's got sore eyes.
He's certainly protected from any UV radiation that might be shone his way.
Never seen that trick before. The
I'm fully
double
versed.
nostril scratch there.
Hell yeah. Getting ready. It's the go button. It's time to unleash the beast.
Straight into our 5th match of the day. Just one more coming up after this one. For the time being, you'll have to sit with us for a little bit longer.
Oh no.
Right now, we have S2G as well as Team Spirit tied up here. RCB on their initial good day here in the tournament. I really want it to continue. I just don't trust it anymore. I don't trust it. First day good, rest day bad.
Yeah. Seems to be the way for one or two of our teams. Plane path via Demar all the way up to Campo Militar in the northeast side of Miramar, so pretty kind on for the most part. Not really too much to be worried about. Everybody can access their drop spots. Maybe, and I think on Miramar it's sometimes a little bit more likely to see hot drops onto vehicles, although I said that twice on the southern plane path on Erangel, and it didn't really happen at all.
Oh, you lied to us.
I did, actually. I was a big fibber in those 2 matches.
But yeah, we're heading over towards the Miramar match, and there is not really any hot drops that go on too much on this map just because it's so big. But you're right, considering that plane path over towards our previous angles, I thought there'd be a lot more as well. Other than the Twisted Minds and DA drop, seemed to be fairly reasonable for a lot of players. Northeast shift favors IWNRX, which they should be happy about. No teams down towards Impala and Porto Paraiso as they're not playing today. Most of the teams that do drop down there. Twisted Minds in Minas del Sur and Partona. So very much trying to stay out of the action for as long as possible, it would seem.
They go for those cheeky, weird third-party plays. And that's something that I praised them for in the past, right? They are kind of leaning into their role in this tournament, I think. I think it's...
Villain.
Yeah, kind of. Like, just this this team that absolutely has the power to win a fight. I mean, we've seen Dammy obviously take that 1v3 versus 3D Max, although, you know, arguably that was 3D Max underperforming, not just Twisted Minds doing well. But still, it feels like they are this team that likes to have an impact on the tournament, but can't quite stand up to the teams at the top, just like front to front. They can't go blow for blow. And I think that I feel like that's fairly reasonable to say. They definitely aren't as good as some of the teams towards the top of our tables, but they are taking these weird extraneous strategies, which I suppose if you're talking about like long-term development might be not quite as good as going for these normal strategies, quite a normal, and just playing for long-term improvement, but it's working out for them in some aspects here. They are only on 7 points now. Power, they've certainly been working out. Kante does go down. And I don't think he's got the backup, so Kante will just get flushed out here. After the res from Hassan, they aren't actually committing for this flush just yet. This might allow Power to suppress the angle and get a crawl back, maybe get a res. No.
Maybe. Now Ragnarok spots some nice taps from the Org. As the Power not really in location to prevent that from happening. Again, this would be very nice for IWNRX because we know that they're a bit of a streaky team at times, especially week 2. So if they're able to get themselves a strong game off this one, you know, really get things straight back under control after that last match, this could be a really strong starting day. And we know a lot what happens with those really strong starting days. They can kind of carry you through the rest of the week. We saw that with Team Spirit as well. I think 70 points roughly they had on their first day last week. They didn't get a gigantic amount of points throughout the rest of the week, but still sat them comfortably over towards first place, just getting some decent averages around. I think it was around about 40 points a day. It would have been.
That was quite the. I mean, 40 points a day over 6 matches. Pretty solid stuff, all things considered. Maybe not a table-topping setup, but still certainly terrifying for a lot of teams to come up against that. And you can't always stop the tables, but getting 40 points a day, everybody's going to be happy with that. Solke moving on up with FLUX towards La Bandita. A little bit split right now, and Solus hops off the bike, thinks it's far too reckless. His mother would be proud. But into the buggy he goes.
Yeah, on the back there. Picked up by his teammates. They get him moving. Most teams actually converging over towards El Azhar early on here, which is curious to see. A lot of teams worried about having to head up towards those El Azhar hills and the high ground that sits towards the eastern side of it, so you want to be fairly close by the time things start to go down.
Yeah, getting into favourable location early. I think Miramar getting these rotations on early, probably an artifact of the plane path being relatively kind to a lot of people. People were able to get to their drop spots quite quickly. Obviously, notable exceptions, Gladiators, who are still split looting over towards La Cobreria right now, and Twisted Minds, who they are a law unto themselves in terms of their rotations and their timings. So we'll see if they're able to work that one out. But teams around the area, they were able to drop very, very quickly onto this spot because it was right under the plane path, and they've managed to group towards that middle side very fast. And that sort of plays into the prioritization that's being given to these positions right now.
Yeah, it's actually kind of disgusting playing on the western edge of this circle over towards Hacienda del Patron. I think that crossing that open area late in the game, so awkward. So most teams want to group up around this location. It's the same dealio down with Impala, honestly. Kind of just diametrically opposed, these two positions in terms of Labadita on that western side, Hacienda to the western side here. So you want to get across that barrier early on. I think El Azhar has a bit more open areas though, John, honestly, which is nice. Specifically teams coming in late. DA also, who have just passed through Impala. There is a place for them to stay over towards that eastern side.
Yeah, for the time being, remains fairly unoccupied. Might be quite valuable for them. NIGMA Galaxy yet to leave Impala, and actually quite a few teams now looking to maybe take an east path rotation. RCB, they're right slap bang in the middle of this central area, conglomerate around that northeast side in El Azhar. And they are being challenged, but from a distance and from relative safety at this stage.
Relative safety.
There's only so safe you can be in these games,
Yeah,
right?
in these games, definitely. Almost in our stage 2 shift here now, John. We'll see where this one goes. We've seen some pretty hard shifts today on the circles. I'm curious to see where this one will end up. I mean, Onyx Ravens could get a bone thrown to him over in Tierra Bronca. Heads hard up towards that north side. Again, for Na'Vi to be rotating this late into the circle, I get they're on that western side, but Virtus Pro has almost made their way in, and they start in El Pozo. I don't think there really is any excuse for it at this point in time. And especially with this circle, you're essentially done, right? If you're Na'Vi, you have effectively placed yourself in a 16th to 8th position, right? That's the difficulty.
the only hope that they'd have in this scenario, I think, is that because they're so far behind, the circle kind of cleans itself up a little bit, with teams taking one another on, trying to fight for those positions. They might be able to third party, but even then, it's very reliant on what other teams are going to do, and it's just so difficult to predict that sort of thing. When there's 16 moving parts in a lobby, it's almost impossible to know exactly what's going to happen. You know where the hotspots are likely to be, you know where those funnels are likely to be. But I think you're right. It's going to be very, very tricky for Na'Vi to extract value from this match now. Zed Wolf shots over towards DA. Dips back behind the cover. DA with a nice large warehouse to keep them.
Yeah, comfortable. For sure, comfortable. I think that DA will be fairly happy in this position for quite some time. I think the difficulty with the warehouses down towards that south side is that there is a lot of available space that can be taken up there, and it's not always the easiest to control players coming in towards your domain. But it is looking over towards Footballers. Nice stray shot hits Dog Machine from Meki. Didn't feel like he was trying too hard to hit those shots either, which is the funny thing.
Sometimes it just works out like that. I mean, that's the value of putting lead down range, right? You hit 10% of the time, shoot 10 bullets, and then you're going to hit.
Team Spirit just breaching now. Again, another team down towards Chumasera. I think you have difficulty on this one. I think, honestly, Team Spirit will have difficulty for the rest of the game now. This is the problem with Miramar, is that often it is dictated by some of these circles. And at this level of play, you do see so many teams that are able to navigate these difficult rotations alongside a lot of separate teams and find spots that are open, that are available to take a little nap in, a little rest in.
As it sits, El Azahar is very dangerous to go into, and you can see that being reflected in the fact that there's no teams to actually be in the settlement right now. You can see a lot of those buildings in the middle. You might think, oh, that's quite good, but it's that high ground that surrounds El Azahar. I think you highlighted that earlier. That makes it so dangerous. You're basically guaranteed to not be able to leave. So unless it's going to finish there, you cannot be sending in. This makes it really tricky for Onyx Ravens. That high ground, that same high ground that keeps them safe and overlooking El Azahar, forms this really deadly funnel that forces them to essentially just choose a side and send it. Same story for Na'Vi on that northwest side, and if VP meet them there, it's going to be a tough time. And I think this north side is about to start to pop off. There's that compound that's currently FLUX KAOS sitting around, so they're going to be probably under threat from a few teams there.
It's difficult. Lost the Honest, at least when you leave the compound, you can just get out of dodge, either send off the hilltop towards our eastern side. But yeah, because it is elevated, it's quite easy to escape. But you're right, it's just like the high ground around this area makes it a tough decision to make. And I think for Virtus Pro, who are coming in from El Pozo, you just accept the fact that this is not the greatest decision to have to make in the world, but someone had to make it. And the two people to go for that one is the Onyx Ravens as well as Virtus Pro. Nade hits a crossover towards Saleh. He takes a little bit of a beating, but not too much. He's able to put a band-aid on it and get moving.
Yeah. Saleh missing some what should have been sitter DBS shots on a vaulting player into a window. Not what you like to see. That's pretty good from Ali, though. Over towards Malloy. Furia tagged as well. Ali tries to cross, but Corker has the angle. Furia can move in for the flush. High ground now being established. In the whole of this engagement, FLUX KAOS are looking down from that high ground. You can see them out to the west. They've got great overlook. You've got Gladiators out on the west as well. You've got the south side being covered by IWNX Ruya. This is what we were talking about, this melting pot that sits in the middle. You go in, you're so unlikely to be getting out. You just want value from anybody else who has to make the same desperate play.
Yeah, it's rough. It's really, really rough. But in the meantime, IWNRX actually takes a shot from across the way towards Footballist. Interestingly enough there. Na'Vi comes in and late. Heroic finds a couple of them over towards that northwest side. easily dispatched as we're waiting on stage 4. Onyx Raven still just flowing around El Azahar right now, attempting to find some kind of recompense, but it is not given freely by the Virtus Pro.
Team Spirit are here. Interesting. They've decided to enter the fray in El Azahar. Very likely you're going to have to leave. I mean, to be fair, they have an extraction route that they've covered off by moving into this area. They can go back out east, but it feels like they're here to stay. They've very much committed the vehicles to this location. Can they third party for value here? Might be difficult, but there's a team that can do it. Team Spirit looking to be the ones too.
Virtus Pro are all holed up now. And in the meantime, Footballers is kind of reluctant to rear their heads here, with IWNRX having sightlines over towards them. I think there were shots given back over towards Frozen, who's now knocked. Yeah, for Team Spirit, this was a bit of a crazy rotate up towards that north side.
I mean, they do have an entire quarter of the circle in El Azahar still. So maybe they're banking on that fact. They're thinking, if it comes northeast, we basically win it. That is a Naim. It doesn't go down there to the off angles, to the high ground. Twisted Minds, they have managed to rotate all the way behind El Azahar. Now have the challenge. Power and BEŞİKTAŞ going toe-to-toe right now on the southwest side. And everybody fighting for small amounts of space here, and allowing these other overlook hill positions to become more and more valuable. Power finally getting a knock over onto Poser, adding it to the tally onto Kakali. And now just Tospic, that nade, sends vehicles flying, but doesn't quite get the knock. Lord, though, he spots IWNRX, who are sending down the hill. They've gone into this one on purpose.
That's right. They decided to do this. I think they realized that they're sort of stuck on that high ground, need to leave it at some point. Similarly, NIGMA Galaxy are in a similar situation to them. Either way, it was not the play.
Well, it was a play.
It was a play. It was not the play. S2G attempt to come in on that southwest edge, but we are pruning teams and players fairly quickly.
I feel like I like the Gladiators position. Probably either the Gladiators or RCB are currently in my favorite position for a good match this time around. The RCB have got that compound up on the high ground. Ooh, DA taking a couple of shots. They're going to have to push in from the south side in the meantime. This is this whole traffic jam being caused by the compound that RCB currently hold. S2G eating a lot of damage sent out their way, and that's DA actually taking those shots. DA, 4 players alive. They've been pushing in from the south side and fairly effectively. If they can keep this crunch going, S2G are weakened right now. Only 2 players. A lot of damage already onto FLUX. They might be the team to try and take down RCB in this compound position.
Yeah, I think RCB has been very comfortable for a very long time now. We'll soon have to leave. They're right on the outer edges. This still could go down towards that southwest side, but they've got a pretty good chokehold on this area of the map. It's just sort of split up into 3 pieces of a pie, isn't it, really? With the El Azahar fight going on, you've got this south side, and then across the road towards that northwest with Footballists, as well as Heroic. There's a lot of split engagements happening right now, and I think only NIGMA Galaxy has oversight onto 2 of them, but they're opting to head down towards the south side now. Nice shots coming through from RCB.
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of what you were talking about there. Those 3 segments is kind of why I like the Gladiators position, right? Because they are excluded from basically all of them. The only thing that they have to worry about is teams crashing into their compound specifically, and that's going to be quite easy to deal with. The difficulty they'll have is if FUT KAOS decide to drop down on them, but with the circle as it is, there's no way FUT KAOS are leaving their position right now. Gladiators just going to have to force teams to go up and deal with FUT KAOS, or put them on the road and be going for a headlong collision into a wall of bullets, and that is going to be so tough to go for.
Yeah, I think you're right. It's not a bad spot coming through for
difficult
Gladiators.
to leave, though.
Yeah, it's difficult to leave, but it at least gets them to an end game. And I think in terms of being able to hold on to 4 players, this circle's pretty rough for that, right? You need to have some kind of cover. Going to El Azhar was a big risk. It was surprising that we have seen so many teams make that risk and succeed off the back of it. And they did it early. A lot of teams would have done that a little bit later. It's just a bit of a slow roll-up for Na'Vi to get at least one player, perhaps, from Heroic. I believe that was rezzed up. It was.
Yeah, they didn't even get the points for it. Heroic now trying to move further south, but they're split 2 and 2, and DA are looking to try and take on the back half of the donkey. As the front half tries to bite off more than it can chew over towards RCB. It's not going to be a good time. They just sent straight over the top. How can you do that to him, man? Scarface just lighting him up. The rest of the EA continue their trek forwards. Is he taking that car with him?
He's driving off with the car on side. Yeah.
That's like a plow, right? A snow plow he could just use as a barrier. Love it.
That's pretty funny. I like that he was basically prone in the front seat. Just the front of his barrel poking out the wind mirror. I like that a lot. Yeah, for Gladiators now taking shots over towards DA. Understand they're on top of them. I think that Gladiators more than anyone realize that they need to sort of deal with this team that's got above them now. It does become difficult.
Yeah, they're definitely the major threat to that position. Heroic taking another knock. That was from DA. And DA have actually lost a player on their rotation out to the western side. RCB finally taking shots as NIGMA Galaxy move off that hill to the southeast. They're moving up to that higher ground, and that's where you were talking about the danger coming from in this circle towards that position. NIGMA Galaxy do start to bite, but they don't get a chunk out of RCB just yet, just some damage.
EA looking over towards RCB. It's a pretty difficult circle, honestly, John, because I think even my voice is breaking over the horrendousness of this circle. But I think that no one really knows where the best spot is. Is it on the south side? Is it over towards the northeast El Azhar? Or is it up towards that north high ground? It's super curious in terms of the positioning.
Is anybody going to take that zip line? That's what I want to know. Almost certainly not, but it would be really cool if they tried.
I'd like it.
I would too. Next circle. Where are we going? Right
It
in the middle.
is really grim again.
That's awful. I think Power right now have got the best spot in this circle if you don't think about Foot Chaos.
Right, so what you're saying is that football.
Yeah, I said something and then I was like,
the
actually, no, wait.
best
I'm wrong.
circle. Okay, interesting. Yeah, maybe. I think they have a good. They have a good spot to gatekeep both team spirit, and they can also greet anyone that comes off from that south side. It's interesting.
I think the roll down the hill from the south, because RCB are going to have to lead this.
Yeah,
very treacherous. With Dogger Machine, with that outlook for Foot Chaos, with all the teams in El Azhar already, it's going to be really difficult to make that move. Gladiator is obviously holding that western side, can't go down there. I think Power are going to be able to gatekeep that nicely. But Foot Chaos, if they can deal with Twisted Minds, they have oversight onto everything. And nobody really can access them. Certainly not the teams in El Azhar once the circle closes. That rotation up towards the north side, going to be very risky. NIGMA Galaxy moving in and opening up onto Loxy. 4 versus 4 here, but breaking that open knock is going to be great news. And with Silas going down, they can look for these flushes as well. RCB not going to be able to hold on to this compound. Wild moving forwards. Maybe thinking about getting a res, but NIGMA Galaxy just rotating around, trying to be smart, getting ahead of this one, and corralling RCB into an unfavorable position.
RCB was always going to have a very tough time here, and I think that they didn't take the opportunity when they could have start expanding some of their ground, which I think surprised NIGMA Galaxy more than anyone else as well. The fact they were able to just sink their teeth into this position on the map, start looking down towards RCB, at least get a knock backwards. But with Loxy down and RCB Kiss hitting the deck, just Wild remaining. Wild is definitely the wild card of the team. I've seen this guy go 1vx multiple times, but I think in this position,
there you go.
No.
It's a good
I
start.
spoke too soon.
Why did you say that? He can 1vx. Oh, that nade looks like it might just be finding its way straight to Loxy. Might get the re-knock here. Wild can't handle it. 2 players. Crossfire. NIGMA Galaxy can res coops. They can play on the south side.
Place.
But the hillside is going to be so hard to move down now. Nades being traded, and this is the big fight for FUT KAOS. If they can take down Twisted Minds, they are in such a better position for this one.
I find it baffling that we got 10 teams still. Stage 6. 11 just moments before with RCB. Just shows how many teams this current circle holds. First Pro does get a knock over towards Effect as he crosses. But I think he's in cover right now. Should be able to take him back up again.
In they go, Twisted Minds. Docker Machine goes down first. There's a trade onto Dammy. Rookie goes low, but not knocked yet. Sending straight through the backlines. Falconist, I think, has fallen there as well. Rookie looking desperately to heal here. Storm wants to put down some ordnance, but Rookie's fallen. He can't keep his team safe, and Twisted Minds looking to move through. Yusef and Dammy both down. Team Spirit, they've moved up from El Azhar. They're looking to try and sweep through here. It could be a massive third-party opportunity for them if they can keep that pressure on from behind, because Football is KAOS. They're down to 1. Twisted Minds as well. They are extracted on this circle. They have taken a lot of damage, taken a lot of knocks, and that nade is right on top of them. And now the nades start to come in from Naomi and Nomi. It is huge from Team Spirit. They roll forwards, they want the fight. It's the best decision they could make. Twisted Minds get away with 2 players alive, but they give the high ground up to Team Spirit, and Gladiators take shots from down the hill. This is an excellent rotation from Team Spirit. They gave themselves the platform, and they have managed to make it work so magnificently.
It's a nice play. The left players behind El Zahar, though, and I think they realise this is probably one of their only options. Try and take control of this high ground. It's a difficult finish for a lot of teams. Right now, Nico technically has one of the better spots in the circle. The fact that Team Spirit was able to get 2 players on this high ground and able to third party like that is nice. They make a wide wrap into the blue. They get, I think, 3 players now up. It's just Kitsune who's left behind, and Naomi's coming to give him a lift.
Grab him into that vehicle. Get them tucked away. Play the high ground. They need those vehicles as well to go for a potential descent, because they are now right on the edge of this high ground. Continuing to put pressure onto Twisted Minds, who are trying to share it, but I don't think Team Spirit are very much in the sharing mood here. IWNRX lose. Their player kind does go down. Nade sails a little bit long over to Nomi, and Never Alone is there, but there's a nade to answer it. The blue zone will be through. Effect can get the res. They're just going to crawl in a little bit further. They have the high ground under control now.
Galaxy, Lufa is down.
Virtus Pro, they're doing it too.
Virtus Pro come up behind them, but there is a quick response here. Lord misses practically every single shot. Spirit remains alive. Nomi did go down, flushed and out. 7 eliminations. Will they hit the magic 8 before dying? That's the real question.
Have to wait and see. Gladiators now forced off their compound. Gonna have to move up along the road. They'll need smoke. They'll need position. They'll need all the vehicle cover they can get. As NIGMA Galaxy actually keep trying to take this fight, but it's just not going well. Gladiators can just pour bullets into this little valley, and immediately as soon as you peek, you're going to get knocked. It's 2 bullets, 3 bullets finding their way to you almost immediately on this team fire from Gladiators. Lord just being pushed back, finally. A knock onto Matic. That's what they've been looking for quite a while now, to try and slow the Gladiators. But there we go, just off angles on off angles on off angles. Naomi suppresses this too, and it is just brutal for NIGMA Galaxy on the south side.
I mean, I think you're right in calling this spot out earlier on, John, because it has just kept Gladiators out the fray for so long. That's a good finish for Team Spirit. I think they're up to 9 eliminations now. Whatever happens to Team Spirit, it's been a good game in terms of the elims they've got. Tossing grenades down towards Gladiators. This position, although dangerous to go into and not much prospect of getting them a chicken dinner, it has provided them a real nice base of operations for so long to at least get towards the top 5. Nico goes down. Make that 4 teams remaining.
Team Spirit need to get Kitsune back up. No threat from the opposing angle now with NIGMA Galaxy dispatched. They can start to res, and this is why they needed these vehicles in position. Naomi, his vehicle, very, very low on health there. Gladiator is going to have to make a similar rotation. That corner building being held by Virtus.pro, very important as well. 2 players, though. Holding off a crash, tricky. Power trying to move in, but they're getting knocks.
Basically, Team Spirit need a knock onto the players here, but the nades are just not going far, and I think they've ran out now. Gladiators have a ton of their own to just send up the hillside, but in comes the crash. Kitsune already half HP. Hello.
Oh. I mean, they had to make some sort of play. Team Spirit from up top nearly do a bit of damage there, but they don't hit with a vehicle. Only Meku goes down, and now it's a battle for, well, the inside here is a shot from the DBS. From Malloy, finds Easy, takes him down as well. Team Spirit, a valiant effort, but they will go down. And this Gladiator's position is still just so strong. They can res, and they can put such pressure onto this fight. With Power being on the outside, the only solo player, Virtus.pro can't take shots, and here come the Gladiators. Meku lights it up, and they have high ground. They can move in. They aren't quite towards the middle of the circle now. Virtus.pro can fully address this.
Yeah. Essentially, Virtus.pro needs to get forced out from behind these crates, but they can deny sightlines as long as some of these nades are decent. That is actually kind of ridiculously good on the bounce.
That second one was what really did it, though. Corker was already popping that heal, however, and that will already be faded away. The bounce is just too high from that high ground. They're not quite timing them right. Really difficult when you have that sort of elevation disadvantage.
Yeah. It doesn't matter, though. The suppression was enough.
And Malloy cut on the cross. Corker next to go, and the Gladiators looking to try and get another chicken dinner here. Would be quite something. The first Miramar leaving Corker behind the crate. I think he might deny. No, he's waiting for late shots. Goes down to the zone. And the Gladiators stay out of the fight. It was messy. It was muddy, but they were clean. They were able to wipe it off at the end. Put up, I think that was 8 eliminations at the end, at the bell. And take an 18-point chicken dinner.
Yeah, honestly, a really, really good game from them. I enjoyed it. I think that you were right to identify it a lot earlier in that game, just because it was so out of pocket in terms of a play like that, where you just head down into the only location people cannot quite get over towards, and then just play off the back of that. It's really, really nice, and I think that Gladiators should be proud of this win. It's been a long time coming. And with Meku, 5 eliminations, they never should have subbed him out. They never should have subbed him out.
Hey, you're liking this roster. Back in Matic, Meku, Frozen, and AZ. No Tixie this time around, as we talked about earlier today. This is Gladiators starting to step up in a way that we have not seen so far, continuing their improvement trend from week 1 to week 2, now into week 3. 18 points on the match, but there's Team Spirit. 13 points as well. Still just ever present on this table.
Yeah, it's kind of silly. I mean, again, if they've just gone for eliminations today, that's it. Feels like they're trying out something new. I think something new seems to just be how many people can we eliminate in one match? How hungry can we get in terms of the eliminations? Will anyone stop us, for instance? And it feels at the moment that it is unlikely to stop anytime soon. NIGMA Galaxy up to 9 eliminations, 9 points, sorry, 7 elims. So they do put points on the board just here and there. It's nothing fancy or spectacular, but they do continue to get points up. S2G, IWNRX, again, another couple of bad games here. And IWNRX had the inside track for so long, didn't they, John?
They did. They were over to that eastern side, I believe, in El Azhar. They got caught in the crunch. A lot of teams sending into El Azhar, which at the time I think we found a little bit perplexing on that match. But I mean, I guess it's one of the very few rotations available. It's much easier to just go there and hope than it is to crash onto the positions on that south side. Although some good fights taken out that direction as well, specifically from NIGMA Galaxy. Denied at the final turn, though. They were sort of up against it. It was a tricky spot for them. RCB not able to put up points this match either. I think it was RCB actually, in fact, on that position that NIGMA Galaxy were able to take the fight with, in fact. Only the 1 point able to be earned there, despite being very early, very center in this circle. They weren't quite able to hold their nerve or hold their ground this time around.
Yeah, again, it's that false sense of security when you get yourself a strong compound that's inside the circle itself. Again, that compound's okay, but the fact that it's on the low ground and you have to leave it up into sightlines, I think it should have been a lot sooner that they were posting up on that ridge. once the circle backed in behind them. Let's take a look at our overalls and see how that shakes things up, because IWNRX hadn't had some points in a while, and I have a feeling that Team Spirit should be very close or in first place.
Oh yeah, there it is. 51 points for Team Spirit. First place taken from IWNRX, who weren't able to get the point scoring going, and that is consistency, right? That's what we've been speaking about so much over these last few weeks for Team Spirit. It is still, of course, only 5 matches played. It's the first day. We haven't seen 4 of our teams play, but this is a good start for Team Spirit, so they'll be pretty happy with this performance. Going back head-to-head with IWNRX also probably a pretty good feeling for them, right? Because in the bonus points, IWNRX only got 7 last week, and the Gladiators in third place as well. Overall, the Gladiators have 12 bonus points, only getting 4 in the first week, 8 in the second week. So seeing these teams at the top for Team Spirit is really pretty good. I mean, well, Brute Force have yet to play, right? But they were the next closest team. S2G is the other team that is sat a little bit behind them, and Virtus Pro as well. So being on the front page, a little bit of a threat, but they still have about an 8 bonus point advantage over these two teams. So again, just a great start to week 3 for Team Spirit.
Yeah, and also the back-to-back coming through from Gladiators. I don't think we've seen Gladiators do this well in quite a while. And it feels like they're starting to find their footing. It feels like at the start of this tournament, their playstyle was so similar to the old Gladiators that it was all as if Kitsune almost never left, right? But I do think that they are shaking things up now, coming to week 3. They're starting to develop a personality of their own now that Kitsune is out of the team. And I think that with Kitsune into Team Spirit, they developed a personality very early, where I think a lot of the ideas that came through from the other 3 players on the team very much influenced Kitsune. And it feels like the Gladiators of old is finally at peace. And so should you be at peace, because we're going to go for a quick break. So take a rest, get some water, and we'll be right back.
We are going back into Miramar for the final time today. We've got the second of our desert desserts for you, ready and waiting hot from the kitchen. My name is John Allen, with me is Blank, and this is the PMSL EMEA, where the best of the region will be competing against one another on the road to the Esports World Cup later this year. Pretty soon, actually. Oh, Oh, he thinks he's going to be there. Look at him. And the rest of Team Spirit. I'd be surprised if they weren't, though. But stranger things have happened.
Yeah, I mean, Naomi has been, although not always like up in the elimination feed all the time in terms of their like key fragger, he is still an integral member of the team. I think just bring him along purely for nades and the fact that he's very, very good as like that backliner who's able to come in and be clutch and unleash that beast in terms of nades, of course. Over on the battlefield, you can also find out more about the beast and become more like the beast that is Naomi over at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming to check out some more with Monster. The INFINIX GT20 Pro also something that you definitely should be checking out. All right, and you've already been checking it out during the day, looking at all the phones that the players are using. Very gorgeous little phone. You too could stand out at home with one of your own.
Absolutely. Head on over, check those out, of course. Everybody is using them. Everybody wants them. I know. Not everyone can have them, though. You do need to actually go and get one if you want to have one. But as it stands right now, Team Spirit are right at the top of the tables by 2 points difference over IWNRX. It's been pretty closely fought so far today, but Gladiators also in the mix of it with that double chicken dinner, the back-to-back. Across maps as well. They are able to traverse from Erangel to Miramar and successfully come out on top, which is actually, I think, more rare than getting a back-to-back on the same map, right? Like, it feels a little bit stronger, more of a statement, perhaps, for the Gladiators to come through and say, yeah, we can win Erangel. We can win Miramar as well. It's no big deal.
Yeah, being able to excel on different maps is really, really nice. And I'm pleased to see it as well. I think that the Gladiators have always been this team that you can rely on in the past to come out and have some good games here and there. They used to have a lot of good games, and then that diminished further and further. But although this is the end of the tournament, it's nice to see them start to find their footing. They did go through a tremendous change, losing Kitsune, so it's nice that you can take at least this tournament to get your feelers out, understand how do you want to play the game better, how do you want to figure things out. So I think for the guys over on Gladiators, this is hopefully the start of something good. It's also crazy seeing Meku up there on the elims.
Yeah, I mean, Team Spirit today, they've been a little bit more aggressive, I think it's safe to say. They are leaving a wake of destruction in their path so far, with a much higher elimination count on their play style than I think we've seen from them so far. It's been interesting and obviously been very successful. Circle up to this northeast side. Sorry, not Team Spirit, Gladiators. What am I talking about? That's who you're talking about with Meku. I keep getting confused. I just think Kitsune. And then I saw Team Spirit up on the tables. But yeah, no, Meku as well has been putting in that shift to allow Gladiators those chicken dinners.
Yeah, that's okay, John. Don't worry. You got there eventually. I like that you were able to, in your head, though, be able to realize who I was talking about like 45 seconds afterwards. You're just like replaying the conversation in your head. Okay. That takes some skill. That takes some skill. I like it. I like it a lot. Better late than never. That's what I was about to say. And I think you brought some good points about
Same for the Gladiators. Same for the Gladiators.
Yeah, exactly.
Actually. Better
Very
late than
much better late than never. So, again, it's pleasing to see. Hopefully, they can keep it up. And I think that if they are able to, they could probably get in towards a top 16. And again, we are halving those bonus points, remember, guys, at the end of this. I think in the past, bonus points have been exceedingly strong. So actually halving those might give chances to teams that find who they are, who they're truly meant to be inside towards the end of the tournament, a bit better of a chance over in those finals.
Yeah.
Because although, already knowing what you're about and being able to perform on the battlefield during the 3 weeks that we have here is great and gives you a nice little advantage going to that finals. It's still not impossible to overtake such teams if you're able to bring things all together for those very important final 3 days.
Yeah, absolutely. And it is only 3 days as well, which contributes to the idea of halving those bonus points as well. Obviously, we're giving out different numbers of bonus points based on where you finish on the overall standings each week. And with 20 teams, you need 20 different numbers of points you can give out, right? So you still need to be giving out 1 to 20, but you don't want those to be, as you say, overbearing, as sometimes they can feel like they are in previous tournaments. So that's why that's getting halved. Obviously, Max and Jason both scrabbling their way through those bonus points, stealing half of them each for themselves. I guess that makes each of them have 25% of the bonus points. So we'll have to try and figure out how to get them back someday. But for 3-day tournaments, I think they are going to still get that percentage knocked off.
This circle way kinder than our previous one. Over towards that northern side and water treatment. Around Hacienda del Patron, S2G get a good start to this game. And a pretty easy rotation path as well, John. The fact that 3D Max isn't here, again, we said many times in the past that 3D Max does alter their rotations quite a bit. But here, for S2G, they can sort of move through this ground very freely. Just sort of change up how they have played today. And they have got themselves quite a few points. Rather see them in 4th place, though. That seems to be where they belong. Last week, they almost made it.
Hopefully it's a new week for them, so they can actually make it. That's the hope, anyway. And in these long-form tournaments, you can have those little slip-ups. You can learn from those mistakes, as teams have been doing. And actually, some teams haven't been doing. I think we've highlighted a few of those over the course of the last few days. I think most notably, we've gone in on NIGMA Galaxy for a lack of adaptation to what is happening in the lobby. And at the start of today, certainly, DA as well, for not moving out of those hot drops. They've been mildly more successful as the day has gone on, but really haven't been where they should be, where I think they deserve to be, quite frankly, because of this underplaying.
Yeah, and I think for DA, it's a lot more impactful than you might think, not making those adjustments on the hot drop, because losing one player for DA is vastly more devastating for that team than it is for some other teams who are able to play with 3. It feels like DA is very good at controlling area, but that requires sightlines, and you lose one of those sightlines, it becomes much more difficult to control certain hotspots on the map. So for DA, I think making those changes was really, really quite important for them. And losing one player can be the difference between a 20-point game and a 1-point game. And that right now would be pretty much all of their points. Just off one game, which we know they can do. Being trapped in the tree here.
That is quite
The fact they were
unfortunate.
able to excavate that was kind of impressive.
I mean, yeah, they're IWNRX. They're very talented when they decide to be. 49 points so far today. DA making their way up to the ridgeline of the La Bendita crater before they crest it, doing some scouting, checking out the other side, and I believe leaving Nico as a backstop on the east edge of it. Playing quite split right now, and I mean, this is probably quite wise, because you don't want to be inside the La Bendita crater without information about something happening on the outside, should things go pear-shaped. You definitely want to have that extract strategy, especially on a rotation like this, where it's a little bit early. You can see they're just pausing there. Most likely going to wait for their teammates to jump in vehicles and regroup before they go for their next move, because the center of the circle, again, on a northern plane, on a northern circle, getting quite full up quite early.
Yeah, most teams are. I think this was a bit more easy to work with, though. I mean, over towards El Zahar, like I was saying earlier, there are some very key locations that you need to get into quite early on, and a lot of teams understood the assignment and went exactly for that. But on this side of the map, there is way more positions that are available to be played. Even that ridge down towards Picardo on the western side, you know, you could gamble on that spot being a focal position around the map. Head there early on. But first shift on the screen for you right now.
Oh, that's...
It tried to go back to El Azhar.
It's trying as hard as it can. Very much so. I'm wondering, Onyx Ravens, do they take that hillside that Footballers KAOS and then subsequently Team Spirit went for? Do they try and play the edge? Because they do have to crunch out to the west again. Team Spirit, again, jousting across open gullies and gulches with NIGMA Galaxy. And it's NIGMA Galaxy to take the L on the foremost part of it. This is out in the blue, still over towards Chumacera. So a very late rotation from these two teams. Coop's moving around. I think he knows Nomi is there, but here's the pin pulled, and Nomi steps out, tries to get the S12K shot in. That's going to give the game away. Potentially, he's playing near the stairs. And Coop's going to put a nade right there. Nomi. Oh, he's already healing, so that is going to be fine for the time being.
Heals back up. We'll peek out a little bit. I think he's worried about off angles, especially with him playing on the high ground here. Has a good idea where Lufa is. Fakes out the shots. He moves back. Wonderful job. Coops even tries to get up the stairs, but they've got angles on all of this right now. Really, really well done.
Playing NIGMA Galaxy like a fiddle on that fight. Team Spirit masterfully navigate, but they are still all the way out in this blue. There is a long way for them to go. The next circle is going to be very, very packed. So getting early points, early value, they've already got 3 on this match from the eliminations they found, is going to be really useful because it's unlikely that we're going to see a late game Team Spirit given where they are. We saw it from Na'Vi last match. We're going to see it from Na'Vi again this match, actually. Also being very close to Chumacera on the south side of Los Leones, potentially come into conflict with Team Spirit, but yeah, they are going to be late to the circle, late to the party, and have a tough time pushing in.
I mean, they get themselves 4 eliminations. Seems like they found themselves another one in the process. Ooh. Ralph just thinks better of it. It's like the sort of the thing you do because you're angry. You're not actually going to do it. You go to slam the door and then you stop and close it really quietly at the end. Pull the pin on the grenade. I'm going to get you for this, and then you put the pin back in the grenade.
Oh, I'm probably going to need that. Maybe.
I'll probably need that in the future. Actually, this is not worth it.
He's well, whilst he has a meditate over in the corner, Team Spirit are going to get out of dodge as fast as they can now. Na'Vi close by could be tricky. Power, they lost a player earlier, and that is the point. The Team Spirit were able to accrue earlier on. That was the only other elimination in the lobby. I suppose it could have been FLUX, but I think that's just gone over to this scrap between FLUX and Power on the southwest side. Over to the east edge of San Martin, around that graveyard area. Just to the north of it. Circle continues to put pressure. Moves away from El Azhar, so we're definitely not going back there. And now Footballers KAOS, once again, with an interesting high ground position out to the west. Going to be playing off a couple of strong compounds and hilltops that they are currently spread across. Will they regroup? They're going to try and hold more? We'll have to wait and see. FLUX, given as good as they get over towards Power. And pulling another one out besides. Catch, spots easy, takes care of him.
Very nice. Kante. Looking to hold on. Immediately hits the deck. I love going for drop shots. Does it again and gets punished for it. Deservedly so. Team Spirit there off in the distance. Yeah, fashionably late. Team Spirit off out in the distance, moving in. So continues to head up towards the north side. On Cruz de Valle. Gladiator is actually in this spot. I think they're glad for the northern circles once in a while. It'd be nice to see them get the turkey, right? The triple chicken dinner in a row. Unlikely, but, you know, in this sort of position, they just won from it. We got the production team circling Ralph, who is still in Chumacera, by the way.
This was a replay on how FLUX lost a player. Nice little headshot with a Mini 14, followed by a second tap as well. It's going to be nasty. Is Ralph still alive? Goodness me. He's on half HP. I mean, he's on his way.
I mean, He's got until stage 4, and then it's GG.
Interesting. Interesting decision. Oh, you're right. I see what you mean. I got yeah. Okay. Oh dear.
We see it. Yeah, we got it.
Yeah.
We got it. Yeah, we got it. You keep us posted. You keep us posted, Mr. Mapman.
On the map feed. For context, on the map feed, the person who is operating the map is currently just constantly circling around with his cursor. Goodness me. Na'Vi, they have spotted FireFlux.
I wouldn't have spotted it.
Yeah, to be fair. Na'Vi, who have come in late. The late entrants here have moved in behind FireFlux and are taking the fight with them with gusto, unfortunately. So are FireFlux, and that is going to leave Puncher looking for the res onto 6, trying to get ahead. There is still BEŞİKTAŞ as well, with 2 of their 4 players out to this eastern side. They're on a 2-2 split around Hacienda del Patron to try and guard out this southwest side. In the meantime, Team Spirit have made their way into the circle, but they've lost a player on the west edge over towards water treatment. In goes FireFlux for round 2 with Na'Vi. And this time, neither of them really having a good time because Lux is going to go down to the zone. And Na'Vi still left wanting this res. With the phase as it is, I don't think they can get this res. I think we've just hit zone 4, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, we have. There's a lot of blue zone deaths going on in this lobby right now. I think everyone's sick of heading up towards the northern edge and just couldn't be bothered at the end of the day. BEŞİKTAŞ, currently on the south side. Circle, it's a little bit further north, but it's not too bad. Onyx Ravens, Footballers, S2G, and IWNRX, who were comfortable to move from that western side. This does cut out teams like Team Spirit, Heroic, BEŞİKTAŞ a little bit from the circle, and DA will have to fight their way through S2G. Yeah, another awkward bit of landmass. Not a lot of strong compounds in this area. You got teams who are going to battle this one out down towards the road.
It's going to be tricky. I think you're right to call it an awkward bit of landmass. It's very bobbly, like it's like a bad mattress, just lumps everywhere on that high ground that sits between Footballers Chaos and Onyx Ravens that Ralph is now trying to seek refuge in, banking on the fact that teams are going to be a little bit reluctant to push on in. I think he might have found a building or two or a shack to try and hide in for Ralph. For the time being, we'll have to wait and see. Team Spirit taking another knock. BEŞİKTAŞ on the west side. Going to try and turn this one around, and they are just going to give up the ghost on that knock. You can see both the remaining Team Spirit players just already completely committed to not turning around there. Moving south and quite fast, right into BEŞİKTAŞ, but Naomi goes down on the wall, and that is BEŞİKTAŞ just handling Team Spirit very, very quickly.
Yeah, just 4 eliminations. I think they had a rough time of it, considering their start with NIGMA Galaxy. It was surprising they actually made it even this far into the circle. So I don't think they'll be too unhappy with the situation. Gladiators slowly moving their way down. Yeah, it's kind of like moguls, but the moguls of the desert.
It is a difficult area to navigate. That vehicle, surprised it didn't start bursting into flames there, but I think with the light up from Meku, there it goes, and up in flames go Twisted Minds. Never Alone low, but not knocked just yet. Player behind, trying to move on in. Never Alone. All 4 of them are still alive, by the way. There is an off angle up north from Matic, but that's being covered off by Jafar on a further north off angle. A nade over to Never Alone. Seized another knock. Is Jafar going to have an impact? Meku, Matic want to find this crossfire, but the Cactus just keeping him safe. That's the position given away, and the Gladiators can work around this now. No way that you get these reses. The flushes are going to start to come through. The Molotov on that high ground to suppress any push over the top, and it's just a matter of waiting for the blue zone to do the job. A nade over towards Frozen. Takes him very low. He's in the blue zone. Needs to run back in before he gets knocked, but it's not going to work. A beautiful nade from Jafar gives him an opening. If he can take down Matic, this could be brutal, but goes for the DPS instead of the AUG, but then switches it out, gets the flush, and Matic now with a challenge, and he's sprayed down from afar. That is difficult to work around, and Jafar puts the hurt on the backline for the Gladiators. I thought that was going their way all the time.
Yeah, it's sort of that moment where you back a fox into a corner, right? That's the issue. And I don't think they should have pressed it as much they should have as they did there, because they could have just moved off over towards the ridge line that's further back. Played off that position, and then had 4 players. So he was just very, very overzealous, in my opinion, over towards Twisted Minds from Gladiators. That could have gone a lot smoother than it did.
Dami going down to the flush from Meku. Yusuf still out on this northern side. Twisted Minds wanting this final flush, but they are laser accurate right now across the dunes. Unfortunately, the blue zone doesn't care how accurate you are. Still going to chase you, still going to push you in, force you into unfavorable spots if you're not ready for it. Ralph, unironically, might have a good chance of getting top 4 here in his central position. I don't think many people are going to be going through the middle here.
But let's remind ourselves how far he's come.
Oh yeah,
and he was outside the circle for a long time. Can I get a quick mouse in circle of Ralph?
Just to highlight where he is. Make sure we
highlight where he is. But no, it's crazy. It's crazy that he came this far and made it to this position. I mean, well done to him. Outlived team spirit. Good thing he put that nade away.
Heroic. Look at her. Keep RCB at bay. They've gotten a knock and in sales. Zachariah a little bit mal-coordinated there, but DA have the off angle. So do Virtus Pro. Nobody's getting out of this corner. Tell you that for free. RCB, it's just not going to happen. Heroic eliminated first. Wild goes down second. And everybody crunched on up. Chewed up and spit out on the southwest side. Now to move forwards, Virtus Pro have to make their march.
Yeah, Virtus Pro going to get out of dodge. I mean, you have to swing down towards the south side, John. Not ideal. Malloy going out. Yeah, we expected that to happen.
It is quite a grim approach for them. Very barren. And we know what DA can do from a distance. This is just so... Oh, this is so brutal.
It's a rough spot to be in. It's a very rough spot to be in.
Nobody likes it. Nobody has a good time. They're trying to get into the bus. Ooh, maybe shots over towards Nico, who's stepping down here. Corker tagging on with the Scar. Not quite able to get that final shot through. But they're going to mount up. I think they're going to crash. I feel like they might have to crash. Maybe onto Ralph, potentially, if Footballers KAOS don't take the shots, get these vehicles blown out
Pull
early.
the pin on the grenade now, Mr. Ralph.
It's his
Time
chance.
to defend your position.
They pull short. Vehicles go up. They're going to entrench here. They're just inside the circle.
Oh, this nade.
This is going to be brutal. That nade over the top, that's going to go right on top of Furia, get the flush, a little bit of damage to the back lines, and that's going to force them away into the sightlines of DA. There's nothing you can do here. Virtus Pro picked apart the Vulture's circle, and it's just Malloy now left standing. That nade's going to seal the deal. Footballers KAOS pick up some points. They split the difference across the valley with DA, who are going to have to move further. And I think Ralph now is in danger from Footballers KAOS.
Yeah, it's a terrifically open zone. Again, stage 6, we've seen stages 6 before today with about 12 teams still in it. This one's down to 7 and just 22 players remaining. It's really not running with a lot here in terms of teams. IWNRX could cap the day off with a strong one, regain their position in first place.
They'd certainly like to. Always favourable to finish the day in first, especially against a team like Team Spirit. S2G, southwest side, they are reticent to leave their compound. And you can see why. A lot of chaos across the rest of this. These roads in Miramar, in general, are just so brutal. It's so frequent that they are just completely surrounded on both sides by huge steep drop-offs. That terrain is really tough to navigate. A knock over towards Storm on the northwest side as they try and leave their compound, slows things down for Footballers KAOS. Maybe allows IWNRX to move in a little bit safer.
I think IWNRX being on this eastern side sort of like just take them out of all the combat. in the cinema right now, happily in their seats with the popcorn, watching all this unfold. Extremely pleased just to let it all play out at this point in time.
6 teams remain. Placement points will start to stack up from here on out. Gladiators still, they're in with their little slice at the top. Ooh, one figures gets spotted. IWNRX, a lot of control over this north side. And Onyx Ravens really unlikely to be able to find anything unless they get 2 nade knocks and force the issue. They are just going to be stuck here. There's no 2 ways about it, really. Heal up all you like. I think you're not long for this one. Turkey and Saleh both moving out. Swain close by. If he lands a knock with the nade, maybe. But Kine is launching some back. They still have to push in with the zone. S2G still yet to leave their compound. Although they're going to be thinking about it. How best to get across this road. How best to get up to this position. And try and contest if the circle pops north.
For S2G, there's still a pathway across. I think they have to sort of wait for the next circle to go through where all these teams are fighting. And I mean, if they can make that movement in that time, should be pretty okay for them. They have to time it almost perfectly. Here comes Turkey, NRX, sorry.
Ooh.
Spot them. He gives the game away way too early there, John.
Yeah, and look at this. Football is chaos as well. Just finding those shots, getting those flushes. Now they're looking out for who they were fighting, but a little bit of chaos sown in the ranks there as Kine lasers Doka Machine back. Gladiators are taking a knock. Ralph is just hiding. All in the meantime. That shack on the north side. Such an important place for him to be in right now for his shrink.
Top
5 teams remaining.
Crazy.
I mean, I called it as a top 4, right? And I think I will stick to that. I think Gladiators aren't going to get in. I think S2G might also struggle if Footballers Chaos moves south.
Yeah. S2G have to cross now. They cross at the right time. This is what I was talking about. They have to wait for teams to figure out their own crossing before they think about getting across. They cut it pretty fine, but they are up now. They do have a backliner in Razy. Well, drops Falconis. Razy should see this.
Oh dear. In the meantime, Gladiators are actually doing a lot of damage to IWNRX, keeping Ralph safe in the flank, but S2G still trying to crest this ridge line. Footballers Chaos 4 versus 4 for the western edge of this circle. The Gladiators go down and Ralph's up to a top 4. Nades flying back between these 2 teams, but no knocks found just yet. More going to be peppered on in, but they separate. They are going to move around separately and play this one differently. Ralph, there's the nade. Still holding his shack. Finding damage, finding a knock would be great. There it is. The re-knock onto Frozen immediately after the res. And IWNRX kept at bay for the time being. Into the vehicle. He wants to stay safe. And there it is. Ralph takes himself out.
Somehow.
Top 4, there it is.
Top 4. Well done, John. Good prediction. I think it's a kind of annoying though, right? He gets res just as you hit the nade across. I think he was looking to confirm elimination before he went out. S2G though are up, Razy's out the building. This has been a success so far, but this fight needs to end soon because IWNRX have pulled themselves back up to full force right now. And is this going to be another repeat of the start of the day on Sandhawk where they barely had to do anything and just swing in, get themselves a chicken dinner?
IWNRX looking to flow across, but CEO Later's wide angle. I really like this from S2G. They know everybody's up top, and they are controlling this open slope here. That could give them a chance. And there's the angle. There's the sideswipe one to IWNRX. Footballers Chaos now eating the brunt of the damage as IWNRX have to fall back off the angle that CEO Later's taking. This wide split from S2G late in the game is going to work well for now. And there's the shots as well. Over towards Frozen. It keeps them suppressed. It keeps them in hiding somewhat. What do you do against this? S2G still can't cross a lot of that open ground, but they have control of the center of the circle. They've got full control over that open ground. Rookie goes down last, and Footballers Chaos is out. It's 4v4, IWNRX versus S2G.
It's been an amazing final match here from S2G. If anything, I hope they win this one off the back of that. Great split off from S2G. Swain goes down. They need to pick him up. But can they?
KAOS spotted, taken down as well. See you later. Could have been dangerous there. Shots from him still ringing out. KAOS at the back. Not going to get res, so IWNRX potentially on 4 against 3 here. Razy, I think, tagged some damage there. Will respray the smoke. He surprised himself on that. KAOS now, the target for a res, so they do want to keep 4. They've got the center of this circle blank. It will be closing to the middle on stage 9. So S2G with the front foot, and IWNRX very grouped up here.
Very much so. I think with the way that CEO later and the rest of S2G currently mounting themselves, this should be a decent fight for them. KAOS really needs to stay alive, though.
Oh, they thought they were going to be closer on that ridgeline, but they have taken a further downhill position. The tree is now in control for IWNRX. KAOS on the low ground, first to face. CEO later trying to peek out wide, leaving Swain off on that off angle, leaves CEO, meaning he can only peek on that angle, but there he goes. And that allows so much more value for the backline for S2G. CEO later can now start to peek up high, but he's already dropped down low, so they've removed that from the fight. They were too worried about the high ground. Flush has come out already, and S2G started to marshal really nicely around this one. IWNRX are still being put in the corner by this pressure. Beautiful stuff for S2G, and 3 players now left between them and Chicken Dinner.
Right on the edge of this circle too. It should be simple to deal with. HamzyG goes down, but not before he gets a good amount of damage done. And they have the time to heal this one up just about.
No nades in the pocket for S2G, I imagine. Seems like none for IWNRX either. KAOS finds Zed Wolf as he tries to peek out wide. Razy still close, holding off against the DBS. And it's the long-range off angle to find the final blow. S2G spread out and choke the circle out. It is really great stuff to see for S2G. They've had a good day. They are pushing into week 3 strong, and they will clap it. They will cap it all off with a chicken dinner on Miramar.
Yeah, nicely done from S2G, honestly. I think you're right. They have had a pretty strong day of it. And I think they certainly deserve to get themselves a little chicken dinner at the end, especially with the way they played. It wasn't easy. It didn't look pretty either, but there was some very, very smart plays towards the end there, which allowed them to take the win. And I would have been pretty annoyed, honestly, if IWNRX was able to get another victory like that, where they essentially just swoop in and take the chicken dinner off a pretty awesome fight at the end between 2 teams that should be getting first or second place. Do feel bad for Footballist KAOS because they do go out in 3rd place there. Again, it's sort of props to IWNRX and knowing when to take the fight and when to just sit it out. But yeah, I am glad that S2G did win that one because they put in the work towards the end.
Absolutely. And this is the second Miramar in a row where we've seen a roadside compound hold until the final circles and then push out and win it, with the Gladiators doing so in the previous match. And the Gladiators did have a shot into this one, but they were shut out on the northeast side. 18 points for S2G, able to add that one to the tally. I think that might be putting them close to the top, but I think IWNRX on 11 is still going to stretch out just that little bit ahead. NIGMA Galaxy getting up into 4th place off the back of Ralph, surviving in a shack that nobody else really had a position to take from him.
Yeah, and they got more points than Team Spirit after they were handled earlier on. So well done, Ralph. And again, good thing you put the pin back in the grenade. He was managed his expectations there a little bit better than I would have done. I'd have definitely tossed that net out the window, full force over towards Team Spirit as they tried to leave. But yeah, a good final game of the day, I would say. Really capping it off nicely. The teams that we sort of expect to do well today have done well today. The teams that have shown us that they have what it takes to be in those championships have got themselves chicken dinners. And even, you know what, Gladiators have had a decent day, which is another thing we've been waiting for a long, long while.
Absolutely. They got 7 points on that match, and I think they were a little bit ahead of IWNRX. I can't remember exactly what the standings were at the start of this match. I'm sure we'll take a look in just a moment as we take a look at our second page. Nobody getting 0 on this match, though. So it was a successful, I suppose, on some metrics, match for everybody. Team Spirit didn't earn less points than NIGMA Galaxy, but NIGMA Galaxy won the tiebreaker because of placement points. I mean, technically on these rankings, it doesn't matter what the tiebreaker is, but FLUX getting 4 points as well. And it feels like RCB did fall off a little bit towards the end of today.
That's funny. It's kind of the two different play styles of NIGMA Galaxy and Team Spirit. One likes to eliminate, the other one likes to try and survive. Yeah, FLUX, another 4 eliminations for them. I think FLUX have been doing better, and RCB feel like they've been slowly but surely slipping down on these tables recently, John.
Yeah, again, they started at the start.
Yeah, sorry.
A little bit strong. That's
That's
I think
what
we
I
were going to say the same
That's what I was
thing.
gonna say.
No, I was going to say it actually.
No, I was going to say it.
Were you going to say it? Because I was going to.
I was going to say it first.
Okay, well, let's say, wow, that's quite a lot of damage from IWNRX. Let's both say that. 5 eliminations, though, so not able to convert in the same way that S2G were.
Yeah, I mean, 2,587 damage compared to their 5 eliminations is a little bit bogus. But I think for IWNRX, I would just prefer to see them take more fights. But what they're doing is good, by the way. It's strategically sound. It's just frustrating having to see some teams really work for their wins, and someone else just allows other teams to work for them. And to be fair, that's efficiency at the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't have to do the job yourself, someone else is going to do it for you.
They're delegated.
It's delegated. Absolutely correct. Let's take a look at who were the daily winners today. Of course, we had the back-to-back from the Gladiators, but S2G got 2 chicken dinners. IWNRX and Power both claiming one as well. So that was a pretty strong performance all around on that front. Casting our minds now to MVP, because you know I like to do that at about this point. I'm thinking IWNRX have a pretty good shout. I'm thinking Team Spirit have a good shout with an MVP candidate.
I think...
Or S2G off that last game with a lot of damage added to their tally.
Yeah, I think I'm going to go with Effect.
Okay.
Effect or Zedwolf, you know?
Okay. I think those would be the 2 I would pick today, specifically from each of the respective teams, right? From Team Spirit and from IWNRX. Okay. Yeah, I just had a short circuit. No, we're good.
He had
back online. I've rebooted. Yeah, I think those would be the 2 players I would expect to be on the tables. Maybe Gladiators are in the mix there.
Maybe.
Yeah, potentially Meku jumping up there. He was on some of those tables, but we'll have to wait and see who we're going to see. Because it is, of course, Blank. Of course, it's Zedwolf. I mean, he was absolutely the top performer of today for IWNRX, and I don't think anyone could begrudge him this. I think this is the 3rd time we've seen Zedwolf be MVP on a day.
Yeah. He's doing pretty good.
He's a pretty good player, actually, I think. I think it's safe to say.
Yeah, he's kind of killing it.
Hell yeah.
In terms of the old MVP category, at least.
That means he is going to be able to challenge out another team as well. So we'll have to wait and see who they select. Zedwolf, in general, having a previous campaign with Nextria and obviously coming on board with that addition of Istanbul Wildcats to create the IWNRX roster, who has been performing.
Super roster.
Yeah,
you mean?
Let's go with super. I mean, with him on the team, it seems like it, because he is absolutely fragging out of his mind. They have been really quite strong, so I'm really glad to see that Zedwolf just keeps up this pace and keeps going at his current pace, and I think we're going to see a lot more from this guy.
Yeah, I think he's been fantastic this tournament. Overall, probably the most consistently strong player out of everyone here in the tournament, honestly. I think that realistically, there are a few of us players that can maybe compete with that statement. Ooh, RC Barar Esports. Okay.
I mean, are they going
just
through
taking
each
on
of the
all
Turkish...
the Turkish teams?
Yeah, they are just going through for the derby shots, right? That's what they're going for.
Yeah.
Zedwolf has an idea. He's going to roll with it. I mean, fair enough.
So his shtick is that they're the best in Turkey.
I mean, he's one of the best in the tournament, let alone Turkey. And IWNRX are the best right now this week with 60 points, S2G 59. So it is just behind for S2G after that chicken dinner by the 1 point. Although, 2 chicken dinners today for S2G. Nice stuff. Team Spirit, close by. Gladiators as well. After that, there is a little bit of a drop-off. Power did get a chicken dinner today, but they had a couple of lackluster performances, and that's why they're sitting on 43. Next door neighbours to Virtus Pro on 42.
Yeah, it's very nice. Gladiators in 4th place is really nice, honestly.
Nice.
But you're right. Virtus Pro, Power, next door neighbours. Nice to see. But Regnum Kaya Bright Esports, it's not the best day ever. It's only at 38 points. Perhaps this is a change. You know, this is a sign of things to come. Maybe they'll just get some consistent points every week, every day this week.
Yeah, although you'd rather these be a little bit higher. If you're looking for consistent points, right? 38, you're probably wanting to get into the 40s at least for consistency's sake. Remember, there's 4 teams that haven't played yet, so 7th place right now, when you add in 4 extra teams, pushes you down towards that second page boundary, right? So that is far from ideal. DA, second page, not really happy with that. I think that today they just weren't able to find their feet, and I think teams have really read into their playstyle and adapted to it very nicely. It is a bit of a vulnerable playstyle to rely on teams not moving in towards you, and I think that, yeah, it's kind of being phased out as this tournament progresses, and DA need to adapt to it, which is something we talked about today.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that, quite honestly, Digital Athletics have some really strong gameplay. It's just getting themselves to the point in the game where they can show that kind of thing off. Because they look really good once they're there, but they don't get to do that big reveal until the end. So they need to get down that catwalk once at the end, do the big reveal, and not trip on the way there. Because more often than not, that's what we're starting to see from them. It's a bad fashion show from Digital Athletics. I want a better one.
That is true. We do need them to be voguing out their minds in the next couple of days, hopefully, because it is their last chance in week 3 to try and keep things going. Although I think on the overalls, they are looking fairly safe, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
I'll take a quick look. In general, yeah, I think they're going to be on the interweek overalls. DA are sort of in the middle of the pack right now. It's unlikely that they go all the way out. But yeah, they'll... Sorry?
Its new name, the Interweeks, the Interweek overalls.
Yeah, it
no
changes
longer
names.
The overall.
It changes names all the time because there's just so many weeks to keep track of. Oh wait, no, it's easily displayed here for you guys at home.
Wow.
Of course, we are in week 3 now. It is today, the 29th of June, believe it or not, and we are going to be starting out week 3. We've had that first day.
It's the 29th of May. Come on, man.
Oh my god, you're right. If it was the 29th of June, we'd have missed. No, I think it's the next.
We'd be done.
We'd have missed the rest of the tournament. So yeah, no, you're right. It's the 29th of May today. Goodness me. Yeah, don't worry. We're not in a time machine here. No, it is the 29th of May. And we've got 4 more days this week. And then the finals just around the corner for next week to kick things off for their chance for the teams to take those 4 spots to the group stages of PMWC later on this year. Course, that 5th place team going to the group stage, not going to the group stages, sorry, going to the elimination stage of that tournament. So a little bit later on with fewer chances to qualify directly, but still a hope and getting to more tournaments. Always good. Take a look at our socials as well, because that is where you'll be up to date with all of the EMEA information that is going to be coming at you thick and fast. So if you missed anything from today, you'll be kept up to date there. Instagram, YouTube, TikTok. Take a look at the channels on whichever is your favorite platform. You can choose. You're in control of your own destiny, and you could be in control of the PMSL. If you want to have an impact, fill out the survey. Let us know your opinions on how things have been going.
Absolutely. Please let us know what you have to think.
Please.
And again, I am once again begging you to fill out the survey so I might get my contractual backup monster. My name's Blank. Here with me today has been John. Thank you so much for joining us on the show, and we will catch you again tomorrow for more PUBG Mobile action. See you soon.